I think the year was 1989, or maybe it was yesterday. It's hard to tell because the air in my head feels like it's full of that same gray, heavy weight that sat over Monteagle that night. I was small, or I felt small. I remember being in the cab of that '89 Peterbilt, the one my father called the Iron Lung. The interior was a specific shade of industrial burgundy, a color that looked like dried blood under the dim glow of the map lights. Maybe I imagined this part, but I remember the load we were pulling was recycled paper, tons and tons of it, bound in tight wire bales, heading toward Chattanooga. It had a smell, a thick, wet basement odor of old news and damp cardboard. It was a heavy, suffocating scent that seemed to soak in the fabric of my clothes. I remember sitting in the passenger seat, my legs not quite long enough to reach the floorboards, feeling the vibration of the Cummins engine to the soles of my sneakers. It was a steady, bone-deep thrum that made my teeth ache if I held them together too tightly. The seat belt was the worst part. I spent so much time thinking about that seat belt while we climbed the grade. It was made of that coarse, sun-bleached gray nylon webbing that felt like a dullest file against the side of my neck. If I moved too fast, it would chafe the skin until it was raw and red. I remember the texture of it so clearly, the way the weave was slightly frayed at the edges, creating a million tiny, synthetic loops that would catch on the fibers of my shirt. The buckle was heavy, a chrome-plated monster that felt freezing even in the Tennessee humidity. I would run my thumb over the press button, which was faded to a dull, milky pink. I'd spend hours just tracing the zigzag stitching where the belt met the floor, wondering how many thousand times it had been clicked and unclicked before it was my turn to be held by it. It was just a strap of plastic, really, but it felt like the only thing keeping me from being swallowed by the vibration of the truck. The fog didn't roll in, it just sort of arrived. One minute I could see the tail lights of a tanker a mile ahead, and the next, the world was gone. It was thick, like wet wool pressed against a glass. The headlights didn't cut through it. They just bounced back, turning the windshield into a wall of flat, dead white. My father, or the man I remember as my father, shifted gears. The sound was a metallic grind that felt like it was happening inside my own chest. We were moving slow, the engine groaning under the weight of all that dead paper. Then we saw it. Halfway up the mountain, there's a runaway truck ramp. It's a steep incline filled with deep pea gravel designed to stop a rig, whose brakes have turned to liquid fire. There was a truck there. It wasn't buried in the gravel, though. It was just sitting at the very entrance, parked perfectly straight, pulled halfway off the asphalt. "Stay put," the man said. I think he was my father. His voice sounded thin, like paper tearing. He pulled the air brake. PSS estanque, and the sound was too loud. It was violent in the silence of the fog. He climbed down, his boots crunching on the gritty shoulder, and disappeared into the white. I waited. I counted the rivets on the dashboard. 1, 2, 3. I think there were 42. Or maybe there were hundreds. The colors in the cab started to look wrong. The burgundy upholstery started to look purple, then a bruised kind of black. I don't know why I followed him. I just remember the door of our truck being open and the cold hitting me. It shouldn't have been cold. It was July in the South. The air should have been like a warm, wet blanket, but this was a sharp, biting chill that smelled like a freezer left open. I walked toward the other truck. It was an older model, a flat-nosed cab-over that looked like it had been painted with a brush. There were no lights on, no hazards blinking, just a fog. And the noise. There was a loose mud flap on the back of the mystery rig. It was caught in a low, unnatural breeze, hitting the rear tire a rhythmic, wet slap. Fuck. Sack. Fwack. It sounded like a hand hitting a piece of raw meat. I climbed the steps of the driver's side. My hands were so cold they felt brittle, like they might snap off at the wrists. The metal of the grab bar was covered in a thin, pebble layer of ice. On the inside of the window, frost had bloomed in jagged, crystalline shapes, the kind of patterns you see on a window pane in the depths of Minnesota winter. I looked through the glass. There was a man in the seat. He was wearing a trucker cap, the mesh kind, tilted back on his head. He was staring straight through the windshield into the wall of fog. He wasn't holding the wheel. His hands were in his lap, trailing a greasy, translucent paper bag. I could see the logo on the bag. It was a generic brand potato chips, the kind you buy at a dusty grocery store in a town that doesn't have a stoplight. Value Crisps. The bag was wrinkled and stained with oil that looked too dark, almost like motor oil. My father, or whoever was with me, knocked on the glass. The sound was dull, like knocking on a block of solid ice. The man in the seat didn't turn. He didn't blink. He reached a hand into the bag. His fingers were long and pale, the color of a fish's belly. He pulled out a chip. It didn't look like a potato chip. It was gray and limp, sagging over his finger like a piece of wet skin. It looked like it had been soaking in a bucket of water for a week. He put it in his mouth. I expected a crunch. In a quiet cab like that, a chip should sound like a firecracker. But there was no snap. There was only a wet, squelching sound, a soft, poor snashing. It was a sound of teeth moving through something that had already begun to rot. It was a sound of a sponge being squeezed. Squilts, squelch. I felt a sudden, sharp clarity in my gut, a realization that everything about this person was wrong. His neck was too long. His shoulders didn't have the right slope. He moved with mechanical, jerky precision, like a puppet being pulled by heavy strings. Then he turned his head. It didn't happen all at once. It was a slow, grinding rotation. I could hear the vertebrae in his neck clicking, a sound like a deck of cards being shuffled. When his face finally came into the light of my father's flashlight, I saw his eyes. They weren't eyes. Not really. They were just flat, matte circles of the same color as the fog outside. No pupils, no irises, just two holes filled with that dead, white vapor. He looked at me. I know he looked at me. And he held out the bag of greasy, wet chips. His mouth was open, and I could see the gray mush of the Value Crisps stuck to his tongue. Want one? The voice didn't come from his throat. It came from a radio on his dash, a burst of static that shaped itself into words. I turned and ran. I remember the gravel sliding under my sneakers, the feeling of the freezing air burning my lungs. I scrambled back into our Peterbilt, slamming the door and huddling into the burgundy seat. My father climbed in a second later, his face as white as a frost on the other truck's window. He didn't say a word. He just slammed the truck into gear and drove. He drove so hard the engine screamed, the bales of recycled paper shifting and groaning behind us. I think we reached Chattanooga. I remember the lights of the city looking like blurry, underwater ghosts. But maybe that was a different trip. Maybe that was a dream I had later. The more I try to remember the drive home, the more the memory starts to fade. It's like those little loops on the gray seatbelt. If you pull one, the whole thing starts to come apart. I remember being in my bed at home, but the sheets felt like that coarse nylon webbing. I remember the sound of rain on the roof, but it didn't sound like rain. It sounded like a mud flap hitting a tire. Fuck. Flack. I'm an adult now. At least, that's what the calendar says. I have a job. I have a car. But sometimes when I'm driving and the weather gets a certain kind of heavy, I look in the rearview mirror and I don't see the backseat of my sedan. I see the interior of an '89 Peterbilt. I see the burgundy dash. I think the color is wrong. It's too bright today. The sun is out, but it's not giving off any heat. I'm driving, but the steering wheel feels too large in my hands. My hands, they look small. They look like the hands of a child who spent too much time tracing the weave of a gray seatbelt. I'm on a mountain. I can feel the vibration of a heavy load behind me. It's the smell of wet paper, tons of it, damp and rotting. The fog is rolling in. It's thick as wool. I can't see the road anymore. I see a ramp up ahead. A runaway truck ramp. There's a rig pulled over. It's a flat nose cab over, sitting perfectly still. No hazards, no lights, just a mud flap hitting a tire in the wind. I find myself pulling over. I don't want to, but my feet are moving the pedals on their own. I pull the air brake. PSS is HA stonk. The sound is violent. I climb out. The air is freezing. It smells like a freezer left open. I walk toward the truck. I can see the frost on the glass. I can see the man in the driver's seat. He's holding a greasy paper bag. I climb the steps. My hands are brittle. I look through the window. The man in the seat is me. But I'm not the me that's standing on the steps. I'm the me with the fog in my eyes. I'm the me with the gray mush in my mouth. I reach into the bag of value crisps. The chips are wet and limp. They feel like pieces of my own skin. I hear someone climbing the steps on the other side. A small hand knocks on the glass. It's a dull, frozen sound. I turn my head. It's a slow, grinding rotation. I can hear my neck clicking like a deck of cards. I see a child looking at me. He's wearing a frayed shirt with a red mark on his neck from a seat belt. He looks terrified. I reach into the bag. I pull out a wet, gray chip. I open my mouth, the static of my head reaching a deafening roar. Want one. I say, but the words come from the radio. The child turns and runs. He runs back to his father's truck, and I watch him go. I watch him disappear into the white. I wait for the vibration to start again. I wait for the mountain to take us both. I think the year is 1989, or maybe it's yesterday. I reach into the bag. I pull out a chip. Squelch. The fog is so thick. It feels like wool. I think I'll just sit here for a while at the entrance of the ramp and wait for the next truck to pull over. I'm pulling a load of recycled paper toward Chattanooga in a beat-up '89 Peterbilt. When the fog rolls in thick as wool, I see a rig pulled halfway into the gravel of a runaway truck ramp, just sitting there. No hazards on, no smoke, just a faint, rhythmic rattle of a loose mud flap hitting a tire in the wind. Story 2. The years get all mixed up in my head, like someone stirred them with a stick until nothing settles right. Sometimes I see myself as this little boy, legs dangling off the edge of the passenger seat, barely reaching the floor mat. And other times it feels like I was already grown, hands on it like I'd been doing it forever. The colors were wrong, I think. Everything had this flat, washed out look, too bright in the wrong spots and too dim where it should have been clear. Maybe I imagined this part, but it felt so real. Dad had been driving those ridges since he was 18, or maybe that was something he told me later. I can't tell anymore. Last October, or whenever it was, near the summit where the air gets thin and the trees lean in too close, we were up there in the old truck, just the two of us, and the radio, it started doing something it shouldn't. The cab felt too large around me that night. The dashboard stretched out farther than it had any right to, the dials glowing a sickly yellow that made my eyes ache if I stared too long. The ridges outside were quiet in a way that pressed on your ears. Too quiet, like the wind had decided not to bother. Dad kept his eyes on the road, knuckles white on the wheel, and I huddled there beside him, small or not small, I don't know. He always said keep the radio off when the moon is in like that, a sliver hanging wrong in the sky, cutting the dark instead of lighting it. But the CB was on anyway, low static at first, the kind you tune out after a while. I remember trying to focus on anything else, anything normal, the blanket. Dad had tossed that oval blanket over my lap earlier because the heater in the truck never worked right on the upper stretches. It was this dull gray thing, pilled and worn thin in spots from years of being crammed behind the seat. I kept running my fingers over without thinking. the way kids do when the drive drags on, and there's nothing but the hum of tires on pavement. The scratchiness wasn't sharp at first, just this constant, low-level rub against the backs of my hands and my neck where it bunched up. Every little shift I made, the fibers caught and pulled, tiny pricks that didn't hurt exactly, but made you aware of your skin in the most ordinary, irritating way. It smelled like dust and old truck oil, nothing special, and the edges were frayed so that loose threads tickled my wrist if I let my arm rest there too long. I counted the little knots in the weave once, then twice, losing track on purpose because it was better than looking out at the ridges that seemed to curve wrong under the headlights. The blanket didn't warm me much. It just sat there heavy and itchy, reminded me of every other long ride where nothing happened, where I'd sit and fidget and eventually fall asleep to the sound of Dad humming off key. But that night, the itch felt persistent, like it was trying to tell me something by being so boring. So every day, while everything else started to tilt just a little off-center, I scratched at it absently, feeling the rough texture catch under my nails, and for a minute, it was almost comforting. That familiar annoyance grounded me in the cab. Almost. Then the sound came. It wasn't talk. It wasn't the usual crackle of truckers, half asleep on the other end. It was something else, layered right under the static, repeating over and over like it had all the time in the world. The crinkle of foil, sharp and precise. The way you unwrap a stick of spearmint gum, that quick snap and peel the silver paper folding back. But underneath it, heavy and wet, this wheezing breath, like lungs full of something thick that didn't want to come out. I sat up straighter, or tried to, the blanket bunching more around my knees. Dad muttered something about interference and reached for the dial. The colors were wrong, I think, because the little green numbers on the CB looked smeared, like wet paint. He twisted it, but the knob just spun loose in his fingers, clicking past channels that weren't there anymore. The gum crinkle kept going, steady and patient, the wheezing syncing up with it now. In and out, like whoever was making the noise was right there a cab with us, breathing slow through a mouthful of spit. Maybe I imagined this part, but it felt so real. Dad's face went pale in the dashboard glow, too large somehow, his jaws set like he was biting down on words he didn't want to say. The truck kept climbing, the engine laboring in that low growl that usually felt safe. But the sound didn't stop. It got clearer, if anything, filling the spaces between the tires and the road. Crinkle, wheeze, crinkle, wheeze. I want to ask Dad to turn it off, but my throat felt tight, the way it does in dreams where you open your mouth and nothing comes. The ridges outside looked too big now, the drop-offs yawning wider than they had on the way up, the trees leaning in angles that didn't match the wind. Then the voice pushed through. It didn't ask for help. It didn't sound scared or angry or anything a normal voice should sound like. It came out squeezed, like someone was pressing hard on a throat had already been crushed flat, words forcing their way past something broken. At first, it was just numbers. My own odometer reading, mile by mile, matching the little rolling digits on the dashboard exactly. 047.2. It said, right as the truck ticked over. Dad glanced down, then back up fast, like he'd been burned. I looked too. The numbers were there, plain as day, but the voice kept going, calm and crushed and perfect in sync. 047.3. The blanket scratched harder against my leg then, or maybe I just noticed it more, the fibers digging like they were trying to anchor me. 047.4. It didn't stop, it didn't speed up or slow down, just read them out, one after another, like it was sitting in the back seat counting along with us. The dread didn't hit right away. It crept in slow, the way fog does up on those ridges, turning everything heavy and damp. Dad tried to dial again, spinning it uselessly, but the voice didn't care. It kept going mile after mile, and then it changed. It started describing things. Little things. The chipped ceramic owl sitting there on the dashboard, the one I glued on 3 years back. Back when I was smaller, I guess. Or maybe it was Dad who said that later. The owl was this cheap thing from some roadside stand, painted brown with big round eyes. One wing cracked where I pressed too hard with the glue. The voice knew. It knew the exact chip on the beak, the way the paint had faded on the left side from sun, coming to the windshield. The owl's eyes are starting to bleed. It said, that crushed throat whisper wrapping around the words like wet cloth. I looked down fast. The owl was dry, just ceramic and old glue, staring straight ahead with its painted gaze. No blood, not even a drop, but a voice laughed in, a sound like gravel sliding down a metal chute, rough and grinding and way too close. It filled the cab, bouncing off the windows that suddenly felt too thin. Dad swore under his breath. Something sharp that snapped the air like a branch breaking. The truck lurched a little on the next curve, headlights cutting too bright across the ridge that looked wrong, too steep, dropping off into nothing that went on forever. I pulled the blanket higher, the scratchiness biting into my chin now. But it didn't help. The voice kept laughing, then went back to the odometer, like nothing had happened. 048.1. Perfect sync. The laugh came again after each one, shorter now, like it was enjoying itself. I tried to cover my ears, but my hands felt too small or too big. I couldn't tell, and the blanket just made everything itch worse. The wool fibers catching on my ears like they were alive in a boring, everyday way. We started down the grade after what felt like hours, but was probably minutes. The road tilted under us, the truck picking up speed in that careful way Dad always did. Brakes hissing soft. But the voice didn't fade. It followed, even when Dad reached under the dash and yanked the fuse out, the one that killed the whole radio system with a pop. I fell in my teeth. The voice kept going, clear as ever, right there in the cab with us. 049.7. The owl's eyes, it said again, are starting to bleed. I looked again, still dry, but my stomach twisted anyway. This deep wrong pull that made the blanket feel heavier, the scratchiness sharper against my skin like punishment for looking. The ridges outside blurred past too fast now. The trees too tall, the moon too thin and bright in the sky, that shouldn't have been that color. Maybe I imagined the way the owls had seemed to turn just a fraction when I blinked. The colors were wrong, I think. Down and down we went, the grade steep enough that Dad had both hands locked on the wheel. Knuckles pale again. The voice never stopped. It read every mile, described the owl's bleeding eyes over and over, laughed that gravel chute laugh until my head throbbed with it. I kept waiting for the bottom, for the flat stretch where the road straightens out and the lights of the town come into view like they always do. But the descent stretched. The cab felt even larger, the seats too far apart, the blanket a dead weight that wouldn't let me move. Dad didn't speak. He just drove, eyes fixed ahead, breathing in time with that wheezing under the voice. I whispered something once, maybe Dad, or maybe it was just a sound, but he didn't answer. The voice did. It said my name, not Dad's, mine, the one I'd had since I was little. Then it read the next odometer number and laughed. I don't know how long it took to reach the bottom. Time felt wrong too, stretched in like the moon. When the road finally leveled, the voice was still there, softer now, but no less clear. 052.9. The owl's eyes, the laugh. Dad pulled over the first turnout, killed the engine, sat there with his head in his hands. I sat too, blanket pulled around my feet now. The scratching is gone, but the memory of it still crawling on my skin. We waited. The voice waited with us. Then, after a while that might have been minutes or years, it stopped, just like that. The cab went quiet, too quiet, and Dad started the truck again without a word. We drove home, or to wherever home was. Life went on, I guess. I grew up, or I thought I did, but here's the thing that makes my voice shake when I try to say it out loud. As I sit here telling you all this, the blanket, wait, no, there's no blanket now, is there? Or is there? I feel it, the scratchiness against my neck again, the old fibers pulling at my collar, in that same boring, endless way. The cab is too large around me. The dashboard glows that wrong yellow. And outside, the ridges are rising again, the moon thin as a cut. I look down at my hands on the wheel, small hands, boy's hands, and the odometer clicks over. The voice starts up soft in my ear, crushed impatient. 047.2. The ceramic owl stares back, eyes dry but starting to. I never grew up. I never left. The colors were wrong, I think, and maybe I imagined the part where I got older, where there was a daughter who glued that owl, where the drive ended. But it feels so real. Dad's still driving, or maybe it's me now, small in the seat, and the radio, it's bleeding that sound again. The gum crinkle, the wet wheezing, and I'm right back where it started, up near the summit. The ridge is too quiet, too large, waiting for the voice to read the next mile. I try to change the channel, but the dial just spins. It always does. And the blanket scratches and the laugh comes, gravel down the chute, and I realize I've been here since I was 18, or since I was 8, or forever, and it never ends. The story doesn't end. I'm still in it. The colors are wrong, I think. The voice is reading again. 047.2. Story tree. I think the air was different back then. Or maybe it's just that when you're a child, you don't realize how heavy the sky actually is. I remember working with my brother, Elias. At least, I think his name was Elias. In my head, his face is a bit like a photograph that stayed in the sun too long. The edges are curling and the colors of blood into a flat, sickly yellow. We were in Jasper. It was always night in Jasper. Or maybe it just feels that way, because that's when calls came in. We worked for a towing company. I remember the truck we drove. It was a massive, heavy-duty thing, painted a shade of orange that felt too bright for the world, like a warning sign that never turned off. The interior smelled of old grease and those little tree-shaped air fresheners that are supposed to smell like pine, but really just smell like industrial chemicals and desperation. I spent a lot of time thinking about the floor mat in that truck. It was made of this heavy black textured rubber, designed to catch the Georgia mud and the mountain grit. I remember how my boots would feel resting on it. It had these deep diamond-shaped grooves that were always filled with fine, gray dust, crushed limestone from the gravel lots, mixed with tiny, unidentifiable bits of dry grass and occasional flattened gum wrapper. I'd spend hours while Elias drove, staring at the way the light from the dashboard would catch the ridges of those rubber diamonds. If I moved my foot just an inch, the grit would make a dry, sandpaper sound against the sole of my boot. It was a boring, constant sound, a tiny friction that felt like it was wearing down the world. Sometimes, I'd take a stick and try to dig the dirt out of corners of the grooves. But there was always more. It felt like the truck was slowly being filled with a mountain, one grain of dust at a time, until we were just part of the floor. The call came in around 2 a.m. A road hazard near the overlook. The dispatcher's voice sounded then, like it was coming through a mouthful of wet wool. Something about a chain, she said. Or maybe I imagined the voice. Maybe the radio just hissed until we knew where to go. The colors were wrong that night, I think. The trees on the side of the highway weren't green. They were a shade of deep bruised purple that seemed to suck the light out of our headlamps. Everything was too quiet. The wind didn't make the leaves rustle. It just sort of pushed against the truck, a heavy, invisible weight that made the suspension groan. We reached the overlook. Elias slowed the record down, the air brakes letting out a long, wheezing sigh that sounded like a tired animal. "Look at that," he whispered. His voice was so quiet it felt like it might break. In the middle of the slow lane, there was a chain. It was a heavy thing, the kind used for hauling tractors or securing timber. It was rusted, the links thick and pitted with orange decay. But it wasn't lying on the road. It was hanging. It descended from the sky, or from the dark where the sky should have been, and stopped exactly 3 inches above the asphalt. It swayed. Not a lot, just a slow, rhythmic motion like a pendulum. But there was no wind. The air was dead, hanging over us like a wet sheet. The chain moved anyway. Clink, 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 a sound that felt like it was happening inside my ear now rather than out on the road. Where's the truck? I asked. I think I asked. Maybe I just thought it. There was no rig, no overturned trailer, no accident, just that single rusted line of iron coming out of blackness. Then the smell hit us. It wasn't diesel. It wasn't the hot smell of burning brakes. It was the smell of a wet dog that had been left in a hot car for too long. A heavy, organic rot that felt thick enough to taste. It was a smell of something living that had been forgotten in a place where it couldn't breathe. It made my eyes water, a stinging sensation that felt like needles. Elias grabbed a big mag light from the center console. The metal was cold, and the click of the switch was the loudest thing I'd ever heard. He shined the beam up. The light didn't hit a ceiling. It didn't hit a bridge. It just kept going, a solid white bar cutting through the purple-black air. It traveled up the length of that chain, link after rusted link. 20 feet up, the light hit something that wasn't iron. It hit a pair of boots. They were dirty, steel-toe work boots, the leather cracked and stained with old oil. They were hovering there, perfectly still, pointed down toward the road. The light traveled further up. The chain wasn't hanging the boots. It was wrapped around a man's waist. He was wearing denim overalls and a flannel shirt that was the color of a scab. He was being reeled in, slowly, so slowly you could barely see it. But the chain was retreating into the canopy of the pines. The man's arms were hanging limp at his sides. He didn't look like he was struggling. He looked like he was being put away. Elias, I said, but when I looked over, Elias wasn't looking at the man. He was looking at the ground, right on the yellow line. Directly under the swaying boots sat a half-eaten ham sandwich. It was wrapped in crinkled tinfoil, the edges neatly folded back. A small bit of mustard had leaked onto the foil, a bright, artificial yellow that looked like a scream in the dark. Beside it lay a bag of stale generic brand chips, the top torn open. A few crumbs gathered on the asphalt like tiny, broken teeth. It looked like someone had just sat down for lunch and been plucked right out of their life. The man on the chain moved then, not a struggle. He just turned his head. He looked down at us. I think I saw his face. Maybe I imagined this part, but his eyes were wide and white, and his mouth was moving, but no sound came out. He was just forming the same word over and over again. Help. Or maybe it was home. We didn't finish the call. We didn't call it in. It lies to the truck into reverse, the tires screaming against the asphalt, and we drove. We drove until the sun started to bleed into the sky, but the light didn't feel warm. It felt like a thin, cold gray. We hit the state line, and I remember thinking that if we just kept going, we'd be safe. I remember the sound of the grit on the floor mat, the scritch of the mountain dust under my boots. But the colors are wrong today. I'm sitting in my house. At least, I think it's my house. But the walls are that same bruised purple as the trees. I can hear a sound in the hallway. Clink, clink, clink. I look down at my hands. They aren't the hands of an adult. They're small. They're covered in gray limestone dust. I'm wearing a flannel shirt that's the color of scab. I walk to the kitchen. There's a sandwich on the table, wrapped in tin foil. A little bit of mustard has leaked onto the wood. It's a bright, sharp yellow. I remember this sandwich. I remember the taste of the ham, salty and a little too cold. I look up at the ceiling. There's a hole, Not a hole in the plaster, but a hole in the world. A circle of perfect, heavy blackness. And hanging from it is a rusted chain. It's swaying. I feel a weight around my waist. It's cold. It's heavy. I can smell the wet dog, the hot car, the rot. I feel my feet leave the floor. I'm not scared, I think. I'm just tired. I've been here before. I'm working the night shift with Elias. We're in the truck. The floor mat is covered in dust. I'm digging a bit of grit out of a rubber diamond with a stick. The radio hisses. Something about a chain. A voice says, "The colors are wrong." I think, maybe I imagined a part where I grew up. Maybe I never left the overlook. I can feel the chain tightening. I'm being reeled in. My brother and I were working a night shift for a heavy-duty towing company out of Jasper. We got a call about a road hazard near one of the overlooks. Story 4. The years get all mixed up in my head, like someone shook the jar until the dates floated loose and stuck to the wrong memories. Sometimes I picture myself as a scrawny kid, sneakers too big, kicking at the gravel outside the rest stop. And other times it feels like I was already older, but that can't be right because my hand still had that soft look. No calluses yet. The colors were wrong. I think the sky over Monteagle that day was too bright, like it had been overexposed in an old Polaroid, and the trees along the path leaning a little too far, their shadows stretching across the pavement, even though the sun was straight overhead. Maybe I imagined this part, but it felt so real. Mom had pulled the station wagon into the rest stop near the top because I needed to go, and Dad stayed behind the wheel of the map, folded wrong, grumbling about the grade. I remember the height of the grass out by the picnic tables, taller than my knees, yellowed at the tips and whispering against my legs when I ran through it. The blades left little green streaks on my socks that wouldn't brush off no matter how hard I swiped at them. I had dirt under my fingernails from earlier, when I dug around the grass looking for lucky rocks, or whatever kids do when the drive feels endless. The dirt was packed in there tight, dark and gritty, the kind that stays no matter how many times you pick at it with your thumb. I kept worrying at it while Mom waited outside the men's room door, calling through the crack that I shouldn't take too long. The dirt didn't come out clean. It just smeared, leaving half moons of black under each nail like tiny crevices I couldn't erase. It smelled like wet earth in the inside of the car, nothing special, but I couldn't stop fiddling with it, the way you do when you're small and everything else is too big and too quiet. That quiet pressing at the rest stop, too quiet, like the mountains had swallowed every normal sound and left only the buzz of a neon sign above the door. I stood there scraping the dirt, feeling the little grains roll under my nail beds, and for a minute it was almost soothing, that small, boring task while the rest of the world felt off-center and too large. The stalls inside looked enormous when I finally pushed the door open, the tiles stretching away farther than they should have, the sinks mounted too high for my arms. I had to stand on tiptoe just to see my own face, cheeks still round with baby fat I hadn't outgrown yet. The colors were wrong, I think. The neon beer sign buzzed right over the far stall, that cheap green glow flickering like it was about to quit. I don't know why I looked behind it. Maybe I was still fidgeting with the dirt under my nails and my hand brushed the wall, or maybe something made me reach up on my toes again. The sign was warm against my fingertips, humming so loud it tickled the bones in my ears. Tucked there, jammed flat against a cinder block, was a law book. It was one of those standard ones truckers used, spiral-bound with a stiff cover, but the front was stained dark and tacky, like syrup that had dried wrong and gone sticky again in the heat. I pulled out slow, the pages making a soft ripping sound where they'd stuck to the wall. Mom called my name from outside, but her voice sounded far away, stretched into the too quiet air. I opened the cover anyway. Curiosity was always my flaw, even back then when I was small enough that my shadow barely reached the bottom of the urinals. The first pages looked normal. Neat columns for fuel stops, way stations, sleep breaks. Numbers written in careful block letters like Dad's when he filled out paperwork at home. Mileage, times, little check marks beside rested or caffeinated. I flipped through them slow, the paper cool and slightly damp against my thumbs. The dirt still packed under my nails, leaving faint smudges on the edges. The handwriting stayed steady for a while, but then, about halfway, it changed. The letters started to jitter, like the pen had been held by someone whose hands wouldn't stop shaking. Jagged peaks and valleys, impressing so hard it tore tiny holes in paper. Every entry after that was just names, dozens of them. People but died on the Monteagle Pass over the last 50 years, or so it said at the top in that new, vibrating scroll. I didn't know most of them, but the details beside each one made my stomach fold on itself. Blue shirt, one red, crying for mother. Another, left shoe missing. The word sat there plain and sharp, no explanation, just facts someone had written down like they were taking inventory at the grocery store. I kept turning pages, the logbook heavier than it should have been in my small hands. The men's room felt larger now, the ceiling too high, the fluorescent lights humming louder, casting shadows that didn't match the angles of stalls. Maybe I imagined this part, but it felt so real, the way the names blurred together until he didn't. Page after page of the dead, each with a little tag. Red hair conned the guardrail, sunglasses still on, pocket watch stopped at 3:17. The handwriting got worse, more frantic, lines overlapping like the writer was racing something that was catching up. I could hear my own breathing then, too loud in the too quiet room, echoing off the tiles that stretched too far back into the dark. Mom called again, but her voice was muffled, like it was coming through water. I flipped to the last page. My name was there, neatly printed, not jagged like the rest, but clear as the dirt under my nails. Right next to it, in the same careful letters as the early pages, the note, "Smells like cheap peppermint candy." I reached into my pocket without thinking. The roll of lifesavers was there, the ones Mom gave me to keep me quiet on the long drive. Peppermint, the green and white stripes, the wrapper crinkled from being squeezed in my fist. I could smell it even to the plastic, sweet and sharp, and so ordinary it made the back of my throat ache. The colors were wrong, I think, because the wrapper looked too bright under the buzzing neon, the mint smell mixing with a tacky stain on the cover, until I couldn't tell which was which. I stood there, small sneakers planted on the sticky floor, dirt still packed under my nails, and stared at my own name like it belonged to someone else, someone who hadn't even grown up yet. Then I looked in the mirror. The mirror over the sinks was cracked in one corner, the kind of crack that spider webbed out like it had been hit by something small and hard. My face stared back, cheeks flushed, eyes too wide, hair sticking up in a calic Dad always tried to smooth down. But behind me, in the reflection, the stall door was open just a crack. A man stood inside, not moving, just standing there, holding a pen between two fingers like he was waiting for the next line to write. His face was half in shadow, but I could see the pen tip trembling, ready. The law book suddenly felt alive in my hands, pages fluttering though there was no breeze. I spun around fast, heart snapping tight in my chest. The stall was empty, door closed, no one. But when I turned back to the mirror, he was still there, pen poised, waiting for me to stop moving. The dread came sudden and violent, like a branch cracking right beside your ear. I dropped the logbook. It hit the floor with a wet slap, pages playing open to my name again. Smells like cheap peppermint candy. The mint in my pocket suddenly tasted wrong in the back of my mouth. Too sweet, too cheap, clinging to my tongue like it wanted to stick forever. I backed up until my shoulders hit the sink. The porcelain cold through my shirt, too large and too white. The neon buzz louder, the sign flickering faster, green light pulsing across the tiles like it was breathing. Mom's voice came again, but now it sounded different. Dinner, farther, like she was calling from the bottom of the pass, instead of right outside the door. I wanted to run, but my legs felt rooted, the same way they did in dreams where you try to scream and nothing comes out. The man in the mirror didn't move. He just waited, pen steady now, like he had all the time in the world, and I had none. I remember the sound of the bicycle chain then, or maybe that was later, or before. It doesn't matter anymore. There was this kid's bike leaned against a picnic table outside, and when the wind picked up, the chain clicked and rattled in that slow, metallic way chains do when no one's pedaling. Click, click, clack. The same rhythm as my heartbeat right then, small and pointless and boring. I focused on it hard, trying to block out the mirror, the logbook, the way the stall door in the reflection creaked open another inch. Click, click, clack. The chain was rusty in spots. I bet the kind of rust that flakes off on your fingers and leaves orange stains you can't wash out right away. I pictured it so clearly, that tiny mechanical sound filling the too quiet rest up, grounding me the way the dirt under my nails had tried earlier. Click, click, clack. Nothing special. Just a bike chain doing what bike chains do when they're left alone. But even that felt wrong, too loud in my head, echoing against the tiles that stretched forever. The man in the mirror smiled then, small, patient. His hand moved, pen scratching across an invisible page. I heard it. Dry ink on paper, right behind my ear, though nothing was there when I whipped around again. The logbook on the floor had turned to a new page somehow. My name still at the top, the detail beside it longer now. Smells like cheap peppermint candy, dirt under fingernails. Stop moving at last. I looked down at my hands. The dirt was still there, packed tight, but my fingers had gone stiff, locked in place like they'd forgotten how to bend. The peppermint smell filled the whole room now, thick and cloying, mixing with the tacky stain on the cover until I gagged on it. The stalls loomed larger, the ceiling pressing down and pulling away at the same time. Mom's voice was gone. The bicycle chain had stopped its clicking. Everything was too bright, too quiet, too large. I don't know how I got out of there, or if I did. One minute I was staring at the man in the mirror, the next I was back in the station wagon. Seatbelt too tight across my chest. The logbook somehow tucked under my leg like I'd carried it without meaning to. Dad drove on down the grade, humming off key, and Mom passed me another lifesaver without looking. The mitt melted on my tongue, but the smell never left. It stayed in my clothes, in my hair, in the dirt I could never quite dig out from under my nails. Life went on, I guess. I grew up, or I thought I did. School, bike rides home where the chain clicked and clacked the whole way. Grass that never seemed as tall again. But the rest stop stayed with me, the way bad dreams do, half remembered and sticky. Except here's the part that makes my voice go small and shaky. Like if I speak any louder, the whole thing will crack apart. As I sit here telling you this, I can feel the tiles under my sneakers again. Cold, sticky, the neon is buzzing right above me, green and flickering. My hands are small, nails still dirty from the grass outside. The logbook is open on the sink, my name at the top, the pen lying beside it waiting. In the mirror, the man stands in the stall behind me, patient as ever, holding another pen now. The peppermint candy is in my pocket, wrapper crinkled, smell filling everything. The bicycle chain has started its slow click-click-clack somewhere far off, but it's getting closer. Mom is calling my name from outside the door, but her voice is fading, stretching thin down the paths. I never grew up. I never left. The colors were wrong, I think, and maybe I imagined the part where I got taller, where the grass stopped reaching my knees, where the drive continued past the summit, but it feels so real. The man is waiting for me to stop moving. The logbook is waiting for the next detail. And I'm right back where it started, small in the two large men's room, dirt under my fingernails, the height of the grass still brushing my legs outside, the neon buzzing, the mirror showing me what I've always been. Story 5. The years get all mixed up in my head, like someone spilled water on the calendar, and the ink ran together until nothing lined up right. Sometimes I see myself as a small boy, legs swinging off the edge of the passenger seat because they didn't reach the floor, sneakers scuffed from kicking the dirt earlier, and other times it feels like I was already bigger. But that can't be because my hands were still soft and the dirt was still packed under my fingernails from digging in the grass that morning. The colors were wrong. I think the mountain road that day had this washed out look. Too bright where the sun hit the timber stacked on the flatbed, and too dim in the shadows between the trees that leaned in too close. Maybe I imagined this part, but it felt so real. Dad had been hauling loads down from the ridge since before I could remember, or maybe he told me that later. I can't tell anymore. We were in the big truck, just the two of us, the flatbed piled high with fresh-cut logs that smelled like sap and sawdust, and the road was winding down the grade when I first noticed the headlights in the rear view. The cab felt too large around me that afternoon. The dashboard stretched out forever, the gauges glowing a dull orange that made my eyes water if I stared. Dad kept his hands on the wheel, knuckles tight, humming something low under his breath like he always did on the long hauls. I remember the height of the grass at the last pullout where we'd stop to check the straps. Taller than my waist, dry and scratchy against my bare legs when I jumped down to help, leaving little yellow seeds stuck to my socks that I couldn't pick off no matter how hard I tried. The dirt under my fingernails was still there from that stop, dark and gritty in the crevices, the kind that stays after you poked around in the earth looking for arrowheads or just because you're small and bored. I kept scraping at it with my thumb while the truck rumbled on, feeling the grains roll and stick. Nothing special but constant, the way small things ground you when everything else starts a tilt. Then the sound of the following truck crept in. It wasn't loud at first, just headlights in the mirror, one bright and one dark where the bow was out, staying exactly 3 car lengths back, no matter how Dad eased off the gas or touched the brake. The single light floated there like it was tied to us with string. Dad muttered about tailgaters and sped up a little. The light stayed put. I twisted in my seat to look back to the rear window, but the timber blocked most of the view, logs swaying gentle like they were breathing. The colors were wrong, I think, because the one working headlight looked too white, cutting to the mountain haze in a way that made the trees behind it seem flatter, like cardboard cutouts. Dad broke harder once, testing, and the truck behind matched it perfect, tires not even squealing. 3 lengths. Always. The cab was too quiet then. The engine noise muffled like someone had stuffed cotton in my ears. Everything felt too large. The steering wheel in Dad's grip, the drop-off outside the passenger window, yawning wider than it should. I tried to focus on anything normal. The seat, that old vinyl bench seat in the cab, was the kind that got sticky in the heat from the sun beating to the windshield, and it clung to the backs of my thighs through my shorts in the most ordinary, annoying way. Every time I shifted, there was a soft, slow peeling sound, like tape coming off skin but quieter, and the material would pull at me, leaving faint red lines that itched after a minute. The vinyl was cracked in places from years of use, little flakes of black stuff catching under my legs, and the stuffing underneath poked through in one spot near the door. But mostly it was just that sticky drag, warm and damp from my own sweat mixing with the old seat smell of coffee and motor oil. I'd sit there picking at the edge of the crack with my dirty fingernail, feeling good little then snap back, over and over, the same boring rhythm as the tires on the pavement. Stick, peel, nothing happening, just the endless small discomfort that made long drives feel like they'd never end. The way you'd rather stand up but you can't because Dad's driving and the road's curving and you're small enough that complaining would just make him sigh. It wasn't painful or scary. It was just there, ordinary as breathing, anchoring me while the mountain pressing wrong from all sides. Maybe I imagined this part, but it felt so real. Dad glanced in the mirror again, and his face went tight, jaw working like he was chewing on words he didn't want to say out loud. The truck behind us had no grill. Up close in the mirror, I could see it. The front end was all smoothed over with that gray Bondo stuff, like someone had patched it flat with putty and never bothered to paint or add a bumper. No room for an engine to breathe, just a solid blank face rolling along behind us. The single headlight stared like an eye that didn't blink. Dad sped up more, the flatbed creaking under the load, but the distance stayed exactly 3 car lengths. The silence in the cab grew heavier, too quiet, like the mountains had sucked the wind away and left only the hum of our tires and that sticky seat feeling every time I moved. We stayed like that for what felt like miles, but was probably less. The road twisting down the gray with the trees too tall on either side, their branches reaching across the sky in shapes that didn't match the wind. The colors were wrong, I think, because the timber on the flatbed looked too green against a gray road, and the one headlight behind us cast shadows that stretched too far forward, crawling over our tailgate like fingers. I kept my eyes on the mirror, dirt still packed under my nails, picking at it harder now until Luff Flake came loose and stuck to my thumb. Dad finally said we'd pull in at the next truck stop, the bright one near the bottom where the light stayed on all night. "Shake it off there," he muttered, but his voice sounded thin, stretched. The truck stop glowed up ahead, too bright against a mountain dusk. Rows of overhead lamps buzzing white and hard like they were trying to push the dark back too far. Dad swung the rig into the lot, gravel crunching loud on the tires, and a follower pulled in right behind us, sliding into the shadows just past the reach of the lights. It stopped dead, that single headlight cutting off like someone flipped a switch. Dad killed the engine and sat there a second, breathing heavy. Then he reached under the seat for the tire iron, long and cold, the weight of it making his arm look bigger than it was. "Stay in the cab," he told me. But I was already sliding down, sneakers hitting the ground with that small thud that felt too loud in the too quiet lot. The height of the grass along the edge of the pavement brushed my knees again. Same as before, yellow seeds catching on my socks. Dad walked toward the shadowed truck with a tire iron loose in his hand, and I trailed behind because I was small and curious, and a sticky seed had left my legs itching in that boring way that made me want to move. The air smelled like diesel and old coffee from the stop. But as we got closer, the smell changed, dry and dusty, like stacks of paper left in an attic. The four-wheel truck sat there, engine off, no lights, front end blank and gray and wrong. Dad slowed. I peered around his leg. The driver's side window was rolled all the way down. No one in sight. The whole cab was packed floor to roof with old newspapers, yellowed and brittle, edges curling like they'd been there since the 1970s. Headlines I couldn't read, but the dates looked faded and far away. The papers were stuffed tight. No space for a person, just layer after layer of news nobody cared about anymore. Tucked into the door handle, right eye level, was a single fresh red carnation. The petals were bright and wet looking, out of place against all that dry paper. A little handwritten tag hung from a stem on a twist of green wire. Dad leaned in close, tire iron raised halfway, and I saw the tag too. My dad's license plate number. Neat block letters, same as the ones on our truck parked 20 feet away. The dread snapped in then, sharp and violent, like a strap breaking under too much weight. Dad's breath thawed. I felt it in my own chest, this cold pull that made the sticky vinyl memory itch worse on my skin, even though I wasn't in the seat anymore. He reached for the tag without thinking. The carnation didn't move. The paper smell rolled out stronger, old ink and dust and something sweeter underneath that made my stomach turn. I looked up at the cab again, expecting a face or hands or anything, but it was just newspapers, pages and pages of them, some with corners torn like someone had been reading them over and over. The bicycle chain sound started then, small and pointless from over by the pumps. A rusty bikes and trucker had leaned against the ice machine, chain clicking slow in a breeze. Click, click, clack. The same boring rhythm as the seat peeling earlier. Click, click, clack. I focus on it hard. The way the links caught and released, metal on metal, nothing happening. Just the ordinary noise of something left alone. It should have been comforting, that tiny mechanical tick, but it made the silence around the shadowed truck louder. Dad stepped back fast. When I looked up from the tag, the truck was gone. No engine cough, no crunch of gravel, no brake lights. Just empty space and the smell of old paper hanging in the air like it had always been there. The carnation was gone too. The lot stayed too bright. The overhead lamps buzzing louder now, casting pools of white that didn't reach the spot where the truck had been. Dad's face looked wrong in that light, too pale, eyes too wide. He grabbed my shoulder and we walked back to our rig without speaking, the tire iron still in his other hand, swinging heavy. The grass at the edge brushed my legs again. Height exactly the same, seed sticking like before. The dirt under my nails felt heavier somehow, packed tighter. We drove on down the grade after that. Dad didn't turn on the radio. I sat back in the seat and the vinyl stuck to me again, peeling slow with every bump. The same boring drag that made my legs itch in long red lines. The single headlight never came back. Or maybe it did, and I just stopped looking in the mirror. Life went on, I guess. I grew up, or I thought I did. School buses and bikes with chains I clicked the same way on summer days. Grass that never felt quite as tall again. Dirt that washed out eventually. But the smell of old paper stayed in my clothes sometimes. Faint and dusty, and at night the headlights of my dreams always had one bulb out. Except here's the part that makes my voice go small and shaky. Like if I say any louder, the whole memory will crack and spill. As I sit here telling you this, I can feel the vinyl seat sticking to back of my thighs again. Warm and damp and peeling slow with that soft sound. The cab is too large around me. The dashboard glows a dull orange. Outside, the mountain grade is dropping away. Timber shifting gentle on the flatbed behind us. Dad's humming under his breath, knuckles tight on the wheel. In the rear view, the single headlight floats there, exactly 3 car lengths back, front end smooth gray and blank. The carnation is tucked in the door handle now. I can see the red petals in the corner of my eye, the tag with the plate number fluttering just a little. The newspapers fill the cab behind me, pages whispering dry against each other. The smell is everywhere. The bicycle chain is clicking somewhere far off, click, click, clack, but it's getting closer. The grass at the next pull-out will brush my knees the same height. The dirt is still under my nails. I never grew up. I never left. The colors were wrong, I think, and maybe I imagined the part where I got taller, when the haul ended, where Dad parked the rig the last time. But it feels so real. The seat is sticking. The headlight is following. And I'm right back where it started, small in the too large cab. Dad driving grade, the truck behind us matching every move. I try to look away from the mirror, but my neck won't turn. The tag on the carnation reads the plate number clear as day. The papers rustle. The vinyl peels slow. And the voice, my own voice, small and fragile, starts again.
36.
Please don't ask me to speak up. My voice, it feels thin lately, like old glass. If I force it, if I push the words out too hard, I feel like something inside my throat might just crack and fall apart. I just need to get this out exactly as I remember it, even though the memories feel like they belong to someone else. I tell the doctors, I tell the people who ask, that I was the one driving. I tell them I was hauling a dry van of industrial plastics through the West Virginia stretch back in the winter of 2003. That is the story on the paper. But that's a lie my adult brain tells to protect me. Because the truth is, I was only 9 years old. I wasn't driving. My uncle was driving. Or maybe he wasn't there at all. Sometimes, when a memory shifts and breathes in the dark, My tiny 9-year-old hands are gripping that massive, freezing steering wheel, and my feet are dangling off the edge of the seat, miles away from the heavy pedals. Nothing fits right in the memory. Everything feels slightly distorted. The truck was too large. The ceiling of the cab felt like a cathedral vault, pressing down on me. The silence was too quiet. I used to pull the threads on the seatbelt strap. It was a boring, mindless thing to do, but the hours in the passenger side of that cab stretched out like chewed gum. The nylon webbing was coarse, scratching against my raw thumb, and if I picked at the edge long enough, a tiny white loop would pop loose from the dark weave. I would roll that little loop between my fingernails, feeling the synthetic friction, listening to the microscopic zip sound it made when I tugged at just a fraction of a millimeter. It smelled like dust and old pennies. I would do this for hundreds of miles, creating a fuzzy, ruined ridge of fabric right next to the heavy metal buckle. My eyes glazed over, totally lost in the dull, repetitive scratching against my skin. It was the only thing that felt real. The fog came down somewhere past Charleston. The colors were wrong, I think. Fog is supposed to be white or gray, like milk poured over the hills. But this fog was the color of a bruised lung. It was a sickly, deep purple that faded into a swollen, jaundiced yellow with the headlights try to cut through it. It didn't drift. It pulsed. It felt like we were driving down the throat of something massive and sick. The air inside the cab grew incredibly cold, a damp, heavy chill that seeped right through my cheap winter coat and settled into the marrow of my bones. My uncle, if it was him, if I didn't just invent him to feel safe, muttered something under his breath and laid on the air brakes. The sound was a loud, violent hiss that startled me, echoing in the too large cab. We pulled off a highway. We were crawling, the massive tires rolling over uneven concrete. We had pulled into a closed way station to wait out the weather. I remember the way station feeling like an abandoned concrete island floating in a purple sea. The high sodium lights above us were dead, and the little cinder block building where the DOT officers usually sat was entirely dark, the windows reflecting the bruised color of the air. We parked on the far side of the massive lot. The engine of our truck rumbled, a steady, deep vibration that shook the empty plastic bottles on the floorboard. But I quickly realized we weren't alone. 3 spots down from us, barely visible through the sickly, colored mist, another truck was parked. It was a day cab, a smaller rig meant for short, local hauls. It was rusted out, the metal flaking away in jagged, orange scabs. There were no trailers attached, no running lights. It just sat there in the gloom, and it was idling, but it didn't sound like a diesel engine. An engine has a rhythm, a mechanical, explosive rotation that you feel in your chest. This sound was entirely wrong. It sounded like a heavy wooden spoon hitting a hard countertop. Whack, pause, whack, pause, whack. It was a hollow, wet sound, rhythmic. It carried through the dense fog, cutting over the rumble of our own truck. It made my stomach twist into a cold, tight knot. I sat there in the passenger seat, my small fingers locked around that frayed seatbelt, listening to it. Thwack, thwack, I'm going to stretch my legs, I remember saying, or maybe my uncle said it. But in the memory, I am the one opening the heavy metal door of the cab. I am the one stepping out into the freezing West Virginia night. The moment my sneakers hit the frozen concrete, the world felt completely distorted. The space between our truck and the rusted day cab felt like miles, but at the same time, it felt like the metal was pressing right up against my face. The fog clung to my skin, leaving a greasy, cold residue on my cheeks. I walked toward the other truck. My footsteps made no sound. The concrete swallowed the noise. All I could hear was that awful, hollow noise. Thwack, thwack, thwack. As I got closer, the smell hit me. It wasn't the smell of exhaust or diesel fuel. It was the smell of old, wet cardboard that had been left in a flooded basement to rot. It was a suffocating, deeply unpleasant odor of damp paper, mold, and stagnant water. It was so strong I had to put my hand over my nose and mouth. I stopped a few feet from the driver's side door. The rust on the metal looked like dried blood in the dim light. I noticed the driver's side window was cracked open just a sliver, maybe an inch. The awful, damp smell was venting out that narrow opening in thick, almost visible waves. I don't know why I stepped forward. I don't know why I lifted my small hand. Children do things in nightmares because the nightmare requires them to. I knocked on the metal door. The tapping sound stopped immediately. It didn't fade out. It didn't slow down. It ceased with sudden, violent sharpness, like a heavy iron door slamming shut on a screaming person. The silence that followed was absolute and terrifying. It was so quiet I could hear the blood rushing in my own ears, a frantic, rushing tide of panic. Nobody answered. The door didn't open. The heavy, sick color fog just swirled around my ankles. I moved closer. I stood on my tiptoes, reaching up to look through the cracked, dirty glass of the window. Maybe I imagined this part, but it felt so real. The inside of the cab was lit by a very faint, sickly yellow glow, like the light from a dying flashlight. The interior was completely gutted. There were no gauges, no radio, no passenger seat, just a rusted metal floor. And a man. He was sitting in the sleeper berth area, turned sideways. He was wearing a faded, incredibly dirty flannel shirt that hung off his frame like wet rags on a scarecrow. He wasn't looking at me. He was staring straight ahead at the rusted dashboard. Sitting on the dash was a single, white styrofoam cup of gas station coffee. I could see the heat rising from it. It was lukewarm, the steam barely visible. But the steam wasn't floating up toward the ceiling of the cab. It was moving sideways. The man's mouth was open. It was stretched far too wide, his jaw hanging in an unnatural, broken angle. The steam from the coffee cup was being pulled directly toward his face, forming a tight, horizontal funnel of white vapor that flowed straight into his dark, open mouth. He was inhaling the heat itself. He was drinking the steam. I stood frozen, my hands pressed against the freezing metal of the door, watching this impossible, horrifying physics. He didn't blink. His chest didn't rise or fall. He just sat there, pulling the heat out of a cup in a steady, unending stream. Then his neck jerked. It wasn't a smooth motion. It was a sharp, violent snap. His head pivoted sideways to look directly at me. His eyes were completely flat, like dirty coins resting in deep, bruised sockets. But it was his mouth that broke something inside my mind. When he looked at me, his lips pulled back into a wide, stretching grimace. He didn't have teeth. Where his teeth should have been, packed tightly into his pale, bleeding gums, were wads of gray, wet cardboard. It was mashed and molded into shape of human teeth, dripping with a dark, oily saliva. As he smiled at me, a thick drop of that foul, moldy water rolled down his chin, and the wet cardboard his mouth pulsed. He leaned forward, his face coming right up to the sliver of the open window. The smell of the rotting basement washed over my face. He opened his mouth wider, the wet cardboard separating with a sickening, squelching tear. He didn't speak. He just slowly brought his hand up, a hand that looked like it had been submerged in water for weeks, and tapped a single, heavy wooden spoon against the inside of the glass. Whack! I didn't wait for him to offer me a sip. I didn't scream. My throat had closed completely, locking the terror inside me. I dropped from the window and ran. I ran to the thick, bruised fog, my small legs pumping desperately against the freezing air. The distance back to our truck felt like an endless, stretching tunnel. The concrete under my feet felt like it was tilting, trying to throw me off balance. I reached the passenger side door, grabbed the frozen handle, and hauled myself up into the cab, slamming the door shut and locking it behind me. I scrambled into the seat, pressing my back against the upholstery, hyperventilating. The cab was empty. My uncle wasn't there. I looked out the windshield, but the fog was a solid wall of sickly purple. I couldn't see the highway. I couldn't see the way station building. And when I looked to the side, 3 spots down, the rusted day cab was gone. There was only silence. I sat there for what felt like years. Eventually, the fog thinned out into a normal gray morning. My uncle was suddenly just sitting in the driver's seat, drinking from a thermos, asking me if I had a good nap. I told myself it was a dream. I spent 20 years telling myself it was a nightmare brought on by the cold and the long hours on the road. I grew up. I moved to the city. I got an office job. I stopped thinking about the winter of 2003. But things have started to slip lately. The edges of the world are getting soft. I was sitting in my kitchen this morning. It's a nice kitchen. I have a coffee maker that grinds the beans for me. I poured a cup and set it on the granite countertop. It was quiet. My apartment felt very large today. Too large. The walls seemed further away than they did yesterday. I sat at the stool and looked at my coffee. The steam was rising, but as I watched, the white vapor hesitated. It stopped floating upward. Slowly, the thin wisp of steam bent. It angled horizontally across the countertop. It stretched toward me. I felt a cold draft on my face. The air in the kitchen suddenly smelled like damp mold, like old, wet cardboard rotting in the basement. I tried to stand up, but my legs wouldn't reach the floor. My feet dangled uselessly above a linoleum. I looked out my hands. They were small. They were child's hands. My thumb was raw and red, covered in tiny white fibers. I looked out the window of my kitchen. The sky wasn't blue. It was the color of a bruised lung. A thick, jaundiced fog was pressing against the glass. The walls of the kitchen are gone now. The granite countertop is gone. I am sitting in the passenger seat of a massive truck. The ceiling vault is pressing down on me. It's freezing. I look to my left. Through the sickly purple fog, 3 spots down, a rusted day cab is idling. Thwack, pause, thwack, pause, thwack. It sounds like a heavy wooden spoon hitting a countertop. I can't breathe. My chest is tight. The memory didn't happen in the past. It's happening right now. I never grew up. I never made it out of West Virginia. I am 9 years old, and I am about to open the door. I am about to step out onto the freezing concrete. I am hauling a dry van of industrial plastics through the West Virginia stretch back in the winter of '03, when the fog turns the color of a bruised lung. I pull into a closed way station to wait out, but I am not alone. A rusted-out day cab is idling 3 spots down, but it doesn't sound like a diesel engine. It sounds like a heavy wooden spoon hitting a countertop. I have to stretch my legs. I have to go knock on the glass. He is waiting for me to look inside. Story 7.
I don't know how old I was when it happened. The years get all mixed up in my head. Like someone crumpled the pages of calendar and tossed them in the glove box until none of the dates matched up anymore. Sometimes I see myself as this little boy, knees tucked up on the passenger seat because my feet didn't reach the floor mat, sneakers still muddy from kicking around outside the last fuel stop. And other times it feels like I was already grown, hands steady on the wheel. But that can't be right because the dirt was still packed tight under my fingernails and my voice cracked when I tried to speak. The colors were wrong, I think. The highway through the Shenandoah Valley that afternoon had this flat, overbright look, like the sun had been turned up too high on one side, and the trees on the shoulder leaning too far on the other, their branches scraping the sky in shapes that didn't match the wind. Maybe I imagined this part, but it felt so real. Dad had been running the I-81 corridor for as long as I could remember, or maybe he told me that later, when I asked why the radio always stayed low. We were in a big Freightliner, just the 2 of us. the cab humming along the long, straight stretches near the valley, and the CB had been quiet most of the day until it started doing something it shouldn't. The cab felt too large around me that afternoon. The seats stretched out wider than they had any business being. The dashboard glowing a sickly orange that made the numbers on the gauges look smeared. Dad kept one hand on the wheel, the other tapping the gear's shift in that slow rhythm he used when the miles dragged, and I sat there small beside him, picking at the dirt under my fingernails from earlier. The dirt was a good kind, dark and crumbly from the tall grass at the last pullout, where we'd stopped to stretch our legs. The blades had come up past my waist, dry and whispering, leaving blue-green stains on my socks that wouldn't brush off no matter how many times I scraped my heel against the step. I kept working at the dirt now, feeling the grains roll loose and pack back in, small and ordinary, the way small things keep you busy when the road starts to feel wrong. Then the sound came through the CB. It wasn't voices at first. It wasn't the usual trucker chatter or static. It was something heavier, like it pressed down on the floorboards and made the whole cab vibrate under my sneakers. A zipper going up and down, slow and deliberate, the metal teeth catching and releasing over and over. Layered right underneath was a wet clicking of a dog's nails on linoleum, sharp little taps, like paws pacing the kitchen, that smelled of old milk. I sat up straighter, or tried to, the seatbelt cutting across my chest too tight. Dad glanced at the radio and muttered about interference, twisting a knob, but the dial just spun loose without changing anything. The zipper kept going. The nails clicked faster. The colors were wrong, I think, because the little green light on the CB looked too bright against the dimming valley outside, and the sound filled the spaces between the engine until there was no room left for normal air. Maybe I imagined this part, but it felt so real. Dad's face went tight in the windshield reflection, jaw working like he was biting down on something sour. The valley stretched out too quiet now, the hills too large on either side, pressing in like they want a closer look. I tried to focus on anything else, anything small and boring that belonged to me. The blanket. Dad had pulled that old wool blanket from behind the seat earlier, because the air come to the vents had turned cold up on the higher stretches, and he draped across my lap without a word. It was this dull gray thing, peeled and thin in spots from years of being crammed in a cab, smelling faintly of diesel and inside of lunch coolers. I kept my fingers moving over it without thinking, the way you do when the miles feel endless and your mind needs something to hold on to. The scratchiness wasn't sharp right away, just this constant, low-level rub against the backs of my hands and the tops of my thighs where the blanket bunched up. Every little shift I made, the fibers caught and pulled. Tiny pricks that didn't exactly hurt, but made you aware of your skin in the most everyday, irritating way. Loose threads tickled inside of my wrist, and the edges were frayed so badly that little balls of wool rolled off under my nails when I picked at them. It wasn't warm enough to matter much. It just sat there heavy and itchy, reminding me of every other long ride where nothing happened, where I'd sit and fidget and eventually doze off to the sound of Dad's breathing. But that day the itch felt persistent, like it was trying to tell me something by being so ordinary, so boring, while the zipper sound kept pulling and the dog nails clicked in perfect time with my own heartbeat. I scratched at it absently, feeling the rough texture catch under my fingernails alongside the dirt, and for a long stretch of road, it was almost comforting. That familiar annoyance ground me in the too large cab. Almost. The sound didn't stop. It got clearer, if anything, the zipper teeth catching louder, the nails clicking wetter, like the doll was right there on the floor between my feet even though the cab was empty except for us. Dad finally pulled off at the next rest stop, the one with a faded sign,
and the single row of lights that never quite reached the edges of the lot. The truck rolled to a stop under the overhang, engine ticking down, and everything went too quiet. The valley outside looked wrong, the trees too tall, the pavement too bright under the buzzing overheads. I stayed in the seat while Dad climbed out to check the antenna on the roof. his boots crunching gravel in that slow way that made the silence louder. I remember the height of the grass along the curb, taller than my knees if I'd stepped down, yellow at the tips and swaying even though there was no wind. The dirt under my nails felt heavier now, packed deeper from all the picking. When Dad came back in, he didn't say much, just reached behind the radio to feel the cable, muttering about assured. I watched his hand disappear into the gap, then come back out slow. The black plastic cable wasn't black anymore. It had been braided thick, coarse gray hair woven tight into the wires, the kind you'd see on an old man's chin after a week without shaving. The strands were stiff and wiry, twisted so deep into the insulation that you couldn't tell where the hair ended and the copper began. Dad's fingers came away with a few loose gray hairs stuck to the skin, and he stared at them like they might bite. The zipper sound was still coming to the speaker, soft now, patient. The dog nails clicked once, twice, right in time with Dad's breathing. I looked out the windshield then. Across the lot, under a dead street lamp that should have been on, but wasn't, stood a man. He wasn't moving much, just standing there in the half-dark, holding a crinkled bag of generic brand pork rinds. The bag was the cheap kind Mom used to buy when money was tight, bright orange plastic gone dull with handling. The man wasn't eating them. He was crushing them one by one his fist, slow and deliberate. Then the crumbs fall into a neat little pile at his feet. Every time a rhyme snapped, sharp, dry, final, the CB let out a scream. Not static, not noise. My mother's voice, high and thin and terrified, the way it sounded that one time the dog got out and she thought it had run into traffic. The scream cut off as quick as it started, and the zipper pulled again. Another rhyme crushed, another scream, the same voice, my mother's. The dread hit then, sharp and violent, like a seatbelt locking hard in a sudden stop. Dad's hand froze on the cable. I felt the blanket scratch harder against my legs, the fibers digging in like they want to hold me down. The man outside didn't look at us. He just kept crushing, crumbs piling up neat and white on the pavement. The street lamp stayed dead above him, the circle of light from the next pole stopping exactly at his boots like it was afraid to touch him. The cab was too large suddenly, the windshield too wide, the screams too close even though the speaker was small. Dad reached for his pocket knife without a word, the blade flicking open with a click that matched the dog nails. He saw it at the braided cable once, twice, gray hair snapping and curling away like they were alive. The zipper sound stuttered. The screams cut off mid-breath. The man under the lamp crushed one last rind. Slow, and the pile at his feet looked too perfect, too white against the dark asphalt. Dad yanked the whole cable free and tossed out the window. It landed in the grass with a soft thud I felt in my teeth. We sat there a minute, breathing too loud in the sudden quiet. Then Dad started the engine and we pulled out, tires spitting gravel. The rest stopped shrinking the mirror until the dead lamp was just a dot. The valley swallowed us again, hills too large, sky too bright even though dust was coming on. I kept the blanket pulled up to my chin, the scratchiness biting now in that boring, endless way, reminding me I was still small, still there. Life went on after that. I guess I grew up, or I thought I did. School mornings with the smell of breakfast and Mom's voice calling from the kitchen. Bike rides home with a chain click steady on the pavement. Grass that never felt quite as tall again. The dirt washed out eventually. The CB in Dad's new truck never made that sound. But sometimes at night I'd wake up hearing a zipper in the dark, or the click of nails on linoleum, or the dry snap of something being crushed. Except here's the part that makes my voice go small and shaky. Like if I speak any louder, the whole thing will crack apart and spill everything out. As I sit here telling you this, I can feel the wool blanket scratching against my thighs again, heavy and pilled and warm in the wrong places. The cab is too large around me. The dashboard glows a sickly orange. Outside, the I-81 corridor stretches to the Shenandoah Valley, hills pressing in too close. Dad's hand is on the wheel, tapping the gear shift slow. In the gap behind the radio, the cable hangs there braided tight with coarse gray hair, wires and strands twisted, so deep you can't tell them apart. The speaker is humming soft. The zipper starts up again, patient. Across the next rest stop lot, the man stands under the dead street lamp, bag of pork rinds his fist, crushing them one by one. Every snap brings a scream, Mom's voice, high and thin, and right here in the cab with us, the blanket itches worse. The dirt is back under my fingernails, packed tight from the tall grass outside. The bicycle chain sound is somewhere far off, click, click, clack from a kid's bike leaned against a vending machine. But it's getting closer, matching the rhythm of the dog nails on the floor. I never grew up. I never left. The colors were wrong, I think, and maybe I imagined the part where I got taller, where Dad traded in the old Freightliner, where the drive ended at the Merlin line, and the scream stopped for good, but it feels so real. The zipper is pulling, the nails are clicking, the blanket scratches on in that boring, endless way. Dad is still driving, the man is still crushing, and I'm right back where it started, small in the too large cab, the CB heavy in the air, the valley stretching forever. Story 8. Please, if you don't mind, I need to keep my voice down. My throat has felt very thin lately, like old, spun glass. If I speak too loudly, if I force the air from my lungs with too much weight, I am terrified that something in my chest will simply crack and shatter. I just need to say this quietly. I need to arrange the pieces of the memory before they shift again.
I tell people that I grew up.
I tell my therapist that I am 34 years old, that I live in a second-floor apartment, and that I have a job in a building with fluorescent lights. But I am starting to understand that time is not a straight line. Sometimes it is a circle. Sometimes it is a room you never actually walked out of. A story on the medical chart says my uncle was a recovery driver out of Asheville, and he found a rig abandoned on a hairpin turn near the Black Mountains that still keeps him up at night. That is the safe version. That is the adult version. The truth is, I was in the record with him. I was 8 years old, or maybe I was 9. It is hard to know for sure because the edges of the memory are burning away, leaving only the center. I remember the passenger seat of his wrecker more clearly than I remember his face. It was covered in the thick tan vinyl that had baked in the North Carolina sun until it felt like a layer of bruised, feverish skin. In the summers, I always wore cheap denim shorts, and the backs of my bare thighs would stick to the material. If I sat perfectly still for too long, a slick pool of sweat would form between me and the seat, and slowly peeling my leg away created a loud, wet, tearing suction sound. I used to pass the endless hours on the road, just pressing my thumbnail deeply into the vinyl, leaving little half-moon craters. I would watch them slowly, agonizingly swell back up until the surface was entirely smooth again. It was an incredibly boring, mindless thing to do, but it grounded me. It was just a seat, but it felt stubborn, always erasing the tiny marks I tried to leave on the world. We were called out to the Black Mountains very late, or maybe it was very early. The sky was entirely wrong. The colors were wrong, I think. It was supposed to be the middle of the night, but the air above the trees wasn't dark. It was a bleached, sickly violet, like a bruise washed out under a harsh hospital light. Everything felt slightly distorted. The trees bordering the winding asphalt looked too tall, stretching up into the violet sky like the bars of a cage. The silence outside the cab of our wrecker was immense. It was a heavy, ringing quiet that pressed against my eardrums, making the inside of my head feel hollow and much too large. We rounded a sharp, violent hairpin turn, the kind of curve that forces a heavy truck to crawl at walking pace, and our headlights hit it. It was a massive commercial rig, an 18-wheeler pulling a blank, unmarked dry van trailer. It was parked dead on the apex of the curve, its front left tire resting mere inches from a drop-off that plummeted hundreds of feet into the gorge. It looked like a sleeping metal god perched on the edge of the world. My uncle stopped the wrecker. The air brakes on our truck hissed, a long, tired sigh that sounded deafening in the unnatural quiet. "Stay in the cab, buddy," he told me. His voice sounded thin. Frightened, he grabbed his heavy maglite and stepped out into the violet light. I watched him walk toward the massive grill of the abandoned rig. The engine of the Peterbilt was still running. I could feel the deep, guttural thrum of the idling diesel engine vibrating through the floorboards of our wrecker, traveling up through my sneakers and rattling the bones of my shins. I didn't stay in the cab. Children in nightmares never stay where it is safe. Their bodies move without their permission. I opened the heavy metal door to wrecker and slipped out. The air outside was freezing, a sharp, biting cold that smelled faintly of ozone and crushed pine needles. I walked quietly behind my uncle. The space between our truck and the abandoned rig felt incredibly distorted. It felt like I was walking for miles, but also like the metal of the Peterbilt was pressing directly against my forehead. The tires on the rig were taller than I was. My uncle climbed the metal steps on the driver's side. He shined his flashlight into the window, and I saw his shoulders instantly drop. A long, shuddering breath left his lungs. "Hello," he called out. He opened the door. I scrambled up the metal grating of the step behind him, my small hands gripping the freezing chrome of the grab handle. I peered around his hip, looking into the cab of the truck. The driver was gone. The sleeper berth curtains were pulled back, revealing an empty mattress. But it wasn't the empty space that made my stomach turn over in a slow, cold roll. It was a smell. It rolled out of the heated cab in a thick, suffocating wave. It was a smell of unscented laundry detergent. It wasn't just a faint whiff. It was an overwhelming chemical intensity, so concentrated that it burned the soft tissue inside my nose and left a bitter, powdery taste on the back of my tongue. It was a violent, aggressive cleanliness. It smelled like a hospital room that had been scrubbed with industrial chemicals to hide the scent of something rotting beneath the floorboards. The inside of the cab was completely spotless. There wasn't a speck of dust, a stray receipt, or a coffee cup anywhere. Then, the drifting, surreal feeling of the night snapped. It broke apart with sharp, violent clarity as my eyes adjusted to a dim-lighted cab. The steering wheel was gone. It hadn't been unbolted from the steering column. It hadn't been cleanly sawed off with a hacksaw. It looked like it had been eaten. The thick, molded plastic and the heavy steel core of the wheel had been chewed away. I stared at the jagged, ruined stump extending from the dashboard. It was covered in hundreds of tiny, overlapping bite marks. They were the size of a child's teeth. Very small, very sharp. The metal core had deep, grooved scratches in it, and wedged into one of the crevices of the torn plastic was a tiny, jagged shard of white enamel, a piece of a broken tooth. Someone or something had sat in that driver's seat and feverishly gnawed through reinforced steel and heavy plastic until the entire wheel was completely consumed. My uncle stepped back, his hand flying to his mouth. He didn't see what I saw next. He was too busy staring at the chewed steering column. But I was small, and my eyes drifted downward toward the passenger side. On the center of the spotless passenger seat, resting on the fabric, was a collection of stones. They were smooth, gray, river-washed stones. They had been carefully, meticulously arranged. 5 long, slender stones radiating outward from a larger, flat, oval stone. It was the exact shape and size of a human hand. The stones were wet, gleaming in the pale violet light, bleeding through the windshield. I wanted to speak. I wanted to tug on my uncle's jacket, but my vocal cords felt paralyzed. My gaze drifted up from the stone hand and settled on the dashboard. At first glance, It looked like the dashboard had been meticulously detailed. It had a high, glossy mirror shine, reflecting the sickly sky outside. It caught the beam of my uncle's flashlight and threw it back in blinding white arcs. But as I leaned in, my face inches from the plastic, my mind began to reject what I was seeing. The wax wasn't uniform. It was textured. It was entirely made up of thousands upon thousands of tiny, overlapping circular streaks. It looked like the swirling patterns of snail leaves on a pane of glass, multiplied by infinity. The entire dashboard, from the instrument cluster to the passenger side vents, was coated in a thick, dried layer of human saliva. Someone it's been hours, maybe days, methodically, obsessively licking every square inch of the textured plastic. The dried spit caught the light, creating a sickening, swirling mosaic of a ruined, desperate mind. I could almost hear the sound of a dry, bleeding tongue dragging across the plastic over and over again in the deafening silence of the cab. I felt a cold sweat break out on the back of my neck. I looked up, tucked into the driver's side sun visor, wedged tightly against a fabric, was a single Polaroid photograph. It was faded, the colors washed out into muted browns and yellows. It was a picture of a very ordinary kitchen table. Sitting in the center of the table was a white ceramic bowl filled with cereal and milk. Maybe I imagined this part, but it felt so real. The milk in the photograph wasn't still. It was moving. The white liquid in the flat, two-dimensional picture was slowly, steadily swirling. It was rotating in a tight, clockwise circle, moving faster and faster, dipping in the center as if there were a drain opening up at the bottom of a ceramic bowl. I watched, mesmerized and horrified, as the painted flakes of serum were sucked down into the dark, swirling vortex in the middle of the photograph. My uncle let out a sound that wasn't a word. It was a sound a wounded animal makes right before it gives up. He lunged forward, grabbed the keys that were still dangling from the ignition block, and yanked them out. He grabbed me by the back of my jacket, his fingers digging painfully into my collarbone, and physically threw me out of the cab. I tumbled down the metal steps, scraping my knees on the frozen asphalt. He hit the ground running, dragging me toward the wrecker. He didn't hook up the abandoned rig. He didn't call it in on the radio. He threw me into the tan vinyl passenger seat, slammed the wrecker into gear, and drove away from the black mountains so fast the tires screamed against the pavement. He drove me home. He locked his doors. The police went up to the hairpin turn the very next morning. The sun was out. The air was normal. The truck was gone. A 30-ton rig with locked air brakes and no keys had simply vanished from the edge of the cliff. My uncle never drove a record again. I grew up. I went to school. I moved away from North Carolina. I built a life that feels very solid, very real. I have a television. I have a couch. I have a kitchen with granite countertops. But lately, the air in my apartment has felt very thin. The silence of the hallway is starting to ring in my ears, making my head feel hollow. This morning, I woke up early. The sun wasn't up yet. I walked into my kitchen and turned on the overhead light. The bulb flickered, and when it stabilized, the light washing over my granite counters wasn't yellow. It was a bleached, sickly violet. I stood at the counter. The space in the kitchen felt distorted. The walls seemed miles away, yet the ceiling was pressing down on my skull. I reached into the cupboard and pulled out a white ceramic bowl. I poured a handful of cereal into it. I opened the refrigerator, took out a plastic jug, and poured the milk. I set the jug down. The smell hit me then. It rolled out the refrigerator in a thick, suffocating wave. Unscented laundry detergent. Violent, aggressive, chemical cleanliness. I looked down at the bowl of cereal on my counter. The milk is moving. It is swirling in a slow, clockwise circle. It is dipping in the center, a dark vortex opening up at the bottom of the porcelain. I stare at it, my heart hammering a frantic, painful rhythm against my ribs. I look at my hands resting on the edge of the counter. They are not the hands of a 34-year-old man. They are small. The knuckles are unformed. The fingernails are dirty. I look down at my legs. I am wearing cheap denim shorts. I reach behind me, blindly feeling for the kitchen stool, but my hand touches something thick and rubbery. It is a tan vinyl seat, baked by the sun. I press my thumbnail into it, and a tiny half-moon crater appears. The walls of my apartment are gone. The granite counter is gone. I am looking at a chewed steering wheel. I am looking at a dashboard polished to a mirror shine with dried saliva. I am looking at a stone hand resting on a passenger seat. I never left the mountain. I never grew up. I am still standing on the running board of the Peterbilt, looking into the cab. I will always be standing here. I am trapped in the loop, waiting for my uncle to grab my jacket. My uncle was a courier driver out of Asheville, and he found a rig abandoned on a hairpin turn near the Black Mountains that still keeps him up at night. The engine was still running, but the driver was gone, along with the entire steering wheel. It hadn't been sawed off. It looked like it had been chewed away by something with very small, very sharp teeth. The inside of the cab was spotless, but it had an overwhelming odor of unscented laundry detergent. On the passenger seat, someone had neatly arranged a collection of smooth, river-washed stones in the shape of a human hand. The most disturbing part was the dashboard. It had been polished to a mirror shine, but as my uncle got closer, he realized the wax was actually dried saliva. There were thousands of tiny, circular streaks where someone had spent hours licking the plastic. Tucked into the visor was a faded Polaroid of a kitchen table with a bowl of cereal on it. But the milk in the photo was moving, swirling like there was a drain at the bottom of the bowl. My uncle left the keys in the ignition and walked away. The truck was gone by morning, despite the air brakes being locked. Story 9. Sometimes I see myself as a small boy, legs not quite reaching the floor, man in the passenger seat, sneakers still damp from stepping in puddles at the last overlook, and other times it feels like I was already older, but that can't be because my hands were still soft and the dirt was packed under my fingernails from poking around in the grass earlier. The colors were wrong, I think. The Smokies back road that day had this flat, too bright haze, like the mist had been painted on too thick in places and rubbed in others. And the trees along the embankment leaned in closer than trees should, their trunks too large against a narrow shoulder. Maybe I imagined this part, but it felt so real. Dad had taken a long way through the mountains because the interstate was backed up, or maybe just like the quiet curves. I can't tell anymore. We were in the old station wagon, just the two of us, the roof rack loaded with camping gear covered by a tarp, and the road twisted down to fog when a logging truck appeared ahead of us, moving so slow it felt like the mountain itself was holding it back. The car felt too large around me that afternoon. The dashboard stretched out farther than I had any right to, the vents blowing air that smelled faintly of old vinyl and a mince Dad kept in the ashtray. He kept both hands on the wheel, knuckles pale, squinting through the windshield wipers that slapped slow and steady against the glass. I remember the height of the grass at the last turnout, where we'd stopped to look at the view, taller than my knees, where from the mist and brushing cold against my bare legs when I jumped down to stretch, the dirt under my fingernails was still there from digging in that grass, dark and gritty in a little crescent, the kind that stays no matter how many times you rub your thumbs together. I kept picking at while the car crawled along, feeling the grains shift and stick, small and ordinary, the way small things keep your mind busy when the road starts to feel like it's breathing. The logging truck stayed exactly the same distance ahead, its taillights glowing dull red to a thickening mist. Dad muttered something about slow hullers and ease off the gas, but the gap never closed. Everything outside looked wrong, too quiet. The usual mountain sounds swallowed up until only the wipers and the engine hum remained. The mist pressed against the windows like it wanted in, turned the trees into blurry shapes that were too tall and too still. I tried to focus on anything normal, anything that belonged to the car and not the mountain. The blanket. Dad had pulled that old wool blanket from the backseat earlier because the air coming to the vents had turned damp and cold, and he'd spread it across my lap without saying much. It was this dull gray thing, pilled and worn thin in spots from years of being crammed behind the seats on family trips, smelling like dust and the faint oil from the garage at home. I kept running my fingers over it without thinking, the way kids do when the drive drags and your thoughts need somewhere to go. The scratchiness wasn't anything dramatic at first, just a steady, low rub against the backs of my hands and the tops of my thighs where the blanket bunched up from all my shifting. Every little movement I made, the fibers caught and tugged, tiny pricks that didn't really hurt but made you notice your skin in the most ordinary, irritating way possible. Loose threads would catch under my nails alongside the dirt, and the edges were frayed so that little wool pills rolled off and stuck to my palms. It wasn't warm enough to chase the chill from the mist. Not really. It just sat there heavy and itchy, reminded me of every other long ride where nothing much happened, where I'd sit and fidget and eventually fall asleep to the sound of Dad humming off-key under his breath. But that day the itch felt endless, like he was trying to tell me something by being so boring and familiar, while the mist outside grew thicker and the logging truck ahead kept its slow pace. I scratched at it absently, feeling the rough texture digging deeper, and for a long stretch of winding road, it was almost comforting, that same old annoyance holding me steady in the too large car. Almost. The logging truck finally pulled over onto the muddy shoulder, its tires sinking a little into the soft ground with a wet squelch. I fell to the floor. Dad sighed and started to ease around it, thinking the driver was just letting us pass like people sometimes do on those narrow back roads. The colors were wrong, I think, because the truck's yellow paint looked too vivid against the gray mist, like someone had colored it in with the wrong crayon. I pressed my face closer to the window, breath fogging the glass in small circles. That's when I saw him. He stood on the edge of the embankment, right where the ground dropped off into the ravine. Bright yellow raincoat, the slicker kind that should have been shiny but looked dull and heavy, far too large for his frame. The sleeves hung down 6 inches past where his hand should have been, flapping empty like extra skin. He wasn't looking at the road. He was staring straight down into the ravine, holding a small battery-powered alarm clock in both hands, the kind with the big round face and the 2 bells on top. It was ringing a high, tinny bell that cut right to the closed windows and the mist and the blanket and everything, sharp as a needle in my ears. The sound didn't fade or echo. It just kept going, over and over, like it was inside the car with us. Dad's foot eased off the gas without him meaning to. The car slowed even more. The man didn't move at first. Then, as we drew level, he turned his head, not his body, just his head. It rotated a full 180 degrees without his shoulders shifting even an inch. The motion was smooth and wrong, like a doll someone had twisted too far. His face, maybe I imagined this part, but it felt so real. It looked like it'd been folded out of wax paper, creased and pale and slightly translucent, with dark lines with folds met. No eyes I could make out clearly, just shadows where they should have been. The alarm clock kept ringing, tinny and insistent, the sound now so loud it made my teeth ache. The dread didn't hit right away. It built slow, the way the mist had, turning everything heavy and damp. Then the man reached out one dangling sleeve toward us. The fabric stretched longer than it should have, like it was made of something besides cloth. It touched the side mirror on my side, just a tip of the sleeve brushing the glass, and left a streak behind, bright blue house paint, thick and wet-looking, smeared across the mirror in a single deliberate line. The colors were wrong, I think, because that blue glowed against a gray day like it didn't belong to mountain at all. Dad hit the gas then, harder than he needed to. The car lurched forward, tire slipping once on the wet pavement before catching. I twisted in my seat to look back, the blanket bunching up around my waist, scratchiness biting harder now against my skin. The logging truck was still there on the shoulder, but the man was gone. No, wait, the man was still standing exactly where he'd been. Head turned the wrong way, alarm clock still ringing, but the logging truck, its cab was empty. I could see straight through the windshield. No driver. The rig just sat there, engine off, mist curling around its wheels like it had always been abandoned. 5 minutes later, or maybe it was longer, I can't tell anymore, the blue paint on the mirror started to change. I had been staring at it in the reflection, the streak clear and glossy. Then it began to bubble, small blisters rising up from the inside, like something was boiling underneath the glass. Steam curled off it in thin wisps, even though the air outside was cold and damp. The bubbles popped one by one, releasing a smell like fresh paint and something burned underneath. Dad didn't say anything. He just drove faster, knuckles white again, the wiper slapping faster now that the mist had dinner little. The alarm clock sound followed us for a while, faint but still there, tinny and high, until the next curve swallowed it. We never saw the logging truck again. Not at the bottom of the grade, not at the ranger station where Dad pulled in to report it, not ever. The company that owned it later told him they had no record of any rig on that back road that day. The mirror stayed streaked for weeks, the blue paint refusing to wash off no matter how many times Dad rubbed at it with cleaner. It kept bubbling every time the weather turned cold, steam rising like breath from a mouth we couldn't see. Life went on after that, I guess. I grew up. Or I thought I did. School days with the smell of chalk and the sound of bike chains clicking on the way home. Grass that never felt quite as tall again. Dirt that eventually washed clean from under my nails. The station wagon got traded in. The blanket went to the back of a closet. The Smokies became just a place on a map. Except here's a part that makes my voice go small and shaky. Like if I speak any louder, the whole memory will crack and spill everything out. As I sit here telling you this, I can feel the wool blanket scratching against my thighs again, heavy and pilled and warm in all the wrong places. The car is too large around me. The dashboard glows a dull orange from the gauges. Outside, the mist is thick on the Smokies back road, trees leaning in too close. Dad's hands are tight on the wheel, eyes fixed ahead. The logging truck is right in front of us again, moving slow through the fog. On the embankment, the man in a yellow raincoat stands waiting, sleeves dangling, alarm clock ringing that high tinny bell right through the glass. His head turns, slow, smooth, impossible, wax paper face creasing as it rotates. The sleeve reaches out, the blue paint streaks across the mirror, fresh and wet. I look down, and the dirt is back under my fingernails, packed tight from the tall grass at the last pullout. The blanket itches worse, fibers catching and pulling in that same boring, endless way. The alarm clock rings louder. The logging truck sits empty on the shoulder up ahead. I never grew up. I never left. The colors were wrong, I think, and maybe I imagined the part where I got taller, where Dad sold the station wagon, where the drive ended and the bubbling paint finally faded. But it feels so real. The mist is pressing in. The bell is ringing. The sleeve is reaching. And I'm right back where it started, small in the too large car. Dad driving the curve. The man waiting on the embankment with his clock and his wrong face. Is blue paint that boils an inside out. Story 10. I'm sitting here and the light in this room, wherever this is too white. It's that kind of white that makes your eyes ache behind the sockets, like when you stare at the sun through a thin cloud. My hands look old. They're covered in these little brown spots, and the skin is thin, like parchment paper. But when I close my eyes, I can still feel the grit under my fingernails from when I was 6, digging for worms behind the shed. It's funny how the dirt stays with you. The grease from the truck's fifth wheel and the mud from the Kentucky riverbank. They're the same substance in my head now. Everything is bleeding together. I think I took a job. That's what adults do, right? They take jobs. I was hauling a reefer unit, a refrigerated trailer. It was full of chicken, frozen, heavy, plastic-wrapped poultry. I remember the weight of the truck. It felt like pulling a mountain behind me. The Appalachian Gap is a lonely place at 3 in the morning. The mountains don't look like mountains then. They look like giant, sleeping animals that might wake up if your engine is too loud. Maybe I imagined the scale of it, but the road felt too wide. Like the lanes were designed for something much larger than a semi-truck. There was a sound. I should tell you about the sound before I forget, but first, I need to tell you about the steering wheel. It's important. The steering wheel was wrapped in this cheap, perforated leather cover. It had these tiny little holes, hundreds of them. And if you ran your thumb over them for 300 miles, they started to feel like braille. I spent hours, maybe years, it's hard to tell, just tracing those holes. They were cold at first, then they get warm from my palms, and then they get that slightly tacky, sticky feeling that old plastic gets in the humidity. It was a dull sensation. It was boring. It was the kind of feeling that occupies the back of your brain, so the front of your brain doesn't have to think about the darkness outside the windshield. It was just a loop of texture. Smooth hole, sticky, warm, smooth. It was a constant, mind-numbing friction that anchored me to the seat. If I stopped feeling the wheel, I felt like I might float away into the blackness of the trees. Then the hum started. It wasn't the engine. I know my engine. My engine is a growl, a steady mechanical heartbeat. It was like a church choir, but not a good one. It was a choir of people who all had their mouths full of swamp water, try to sing one single low note. Glug mem, rhythmic, wet. It vibrated in my teeth. I checked my mirrors, thinking maybe a tire was shredding, but the trailer was just sitting back there, white and silent in the dark. I think the moon was the wrong color. It looked like a bruised plum, hanging there over the pines. Or maybe it was just my cataracts. Do I have cataracts? I feel like I'm 80, but I remember being 30 when I started the drive. I pulled over at a gravel turnout. The sound of the tires on the gravel was so sharp it felt like glass breaking in my ears. I stepped out, and the ground didn't feel solid. It felt like walking on a pile of old blankets. I walked to the back of the trailer. I remember the smell of the diesel exhaust. It was thick and sweet, like rotting peaches. I looked at the temperature gauge on the side of the unit. It said 40 degrees. That's the rule. You keep the birds at 40. But the back doors, they weren't white anymore. They were covered in frost. It wasn't ice, though. I reached out a finger. My hand was shaking, I think, and touched it. It was black frost. It felt like velvet. It was soft and warm, and it seemed to suck the light out of my flashlight. It was a thick, furry layer of cold that didn't melt when I touched it. It just pushed back. I broke the seal. The metal handle felt like it was miles away, like my arms had grown 10 feet long. When I finally yanked it, the doors didn't creak. They slid open with a sound like a heavy curtain being drawn. A wave of heat hit me. It wasn't just warm, it was scorching. And the smell, it wasn't chicken. It smelled like burnt toast. You know that smell when you leave the bread in too long and the kitchen fills with that blue smoke? That, mixed with the smell of a hot copper penny. Metallic and scorched. The trailer was empty. All those crates, all those thousands of pounds of frozen meat gone. Just gone. The inside of the trailer looked huge. It looked like the inside of the gym in my old middle school, stretching back into a darkness that my flashlight couldn't pierce. But the floor wasn't empty. The floor was covered in candles. Thousands and thousands of tiny, pink birthday candles. They were all used. The wicks were charred and curled, but they weren't lit. They were standing perfectly upright. I don't know how they were standing. There were no holders, no wax puddles. They were just growing out of the metal floor like tiny, pale blades of grass. The hum was coming from them. Glug MMM. I stepped inside. I shouldn't have done that. My boots crunched, but not on candles. I didn't knock any over. It was like they weren't really there, or like I was the one who wasn't really there. In the very back corner, where the heat was so thick I could barely breathe, there was a small plastic transistor radio. It was red. I had one just like it when I was 9. I used to listen to baseball games under my covers. The radio was playing a recording. It was my voice from that morning, talking to the dispatcher. Yeah, this is Unit 74. I've got the poultry, heading down a gap now. Weather's clear, over. But in the recording, between the words, I could hear myself crying. Not adult crying. It was the sound of a little boy who had fallen off his bike and was trying to be brave. I want to go home. The recording of me whispered under the static. The birds are heavy. I backed out. I slammed the doors. I locked them with a panicked, frantic strength that made my joints pop. I didn't look back. I got into the cab and I drove. I didn't use the gears right. The transmission screamed, but I didn't care. I just needed to find someone who was real. Someone who wasn't made of pink wax and burnt toast. I found a police station. I think it was in a town called Oak Haven, but when I look at a map now, Oak Haven isn't there. It's just a brown smudge of forest. The sergeant was a heavy man. He smelled like old cigarettes and peppermint. He looked at me like I was a ghost. Maybe I was. The trailer's empty. I told him, my voice cracking like a dry stick. There's candles and a radio. My voice is in a radio. He didn't say anything. He just grabbed a heavy ring of keys and walked out to the lot. The sun was starting to come up, but the light was wrong. It was too yellow. It looked like the world had been dipped in bile. He opened the doors. The trailer was full of chicken. Row after row of white plastic crates, stacked to the ceiling. The cold rolled out in a beautiful blue mist. It smelled like nothing, just clean, industrial cold. Looks like chicken to me, pal, the sergeant said. He reached into the nearest crate and pulled out a bird. He ripped the plastic open. He didn't use a knife. He just peeled the back with his thick, blunt fingers. He held the frozen bird up. It was blue-white and hard as a rock. Inside the bird's neck cavity, shoved deep into the frozen flesh, was a single pink birthday candle. He pulled another one from a different crate. He tore it open. Another candle. He started tearing them all open, throwing the frozen chickens onto the gravel. Thud, 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 and with every thud, a pink candle rolled out. He looked at me, and his face started to melt. Not like wax, like a memory. His features just sort of drifted apart, his eyes sliding down his cheeks, his mouth becoming a long, dark hole. "You forgot to make a wish," he said. But it wasn't his voice. It was the recording from the radio. I'm sitting here now. I'm in the orange chair again. The light is still too white. I think I'm a truck driver. I remember hauling a load of poultry through the Appalachian Gap. It was a long night. The cooling unit started making this strange sound, a low, rhythmic humming, like a choir singing through water. Wait, I've told this part before, haven't I? The colors are wrong. I think I'm supposed to be older, but my legs don't reach the floor from this chair. I'm wearing my favorite striped shirt, the one with the grass stain on the elbow. I look at my hands. They aren't wrinkled anymore. They're small and sticky with grape jelly. But when I look in the reflection of the darkened window, I see a man in a trucker's cap, screaming. I need to get going. I have a job to do. I'm hauling a reefer unit full of frozen poultry from a plant in Kentucky down through the gap. It's a heavy load. I can feel the weight of it in my spine. The engine is turning over now. Or maybe that's just the sound of the rain hitting the plastic tarp over my playset. I put my hands on the wheel. It's wrapped in perforated leather. Smooth hole, smooth hole. I check the temperature gauge. 40 degrees. I think I hear a hum coming from the back. It sounds like a birthday party. It sounds like a funeral. I'm driving now. The mountains are waking up. I hope I remember to blow out the candles this time. Story 11. I remember sitting there in the passenger seat of Dad's big rig back when I was just a little girl, maybe 8 or 9, though the years feel all mixed up now, like someone stirred them with a spoon. We were running a load of those heavy industrial coils through the Clinch Mountain stretch. I think it was 2008, or maybe it wasn't. The number slide around in my head. The rain started coming down like it wanted to push the whole world under, and I pressed my forehead to the cool glass, watching the wiper slap back and forth, never quite keeping up. The cab smelled like old coffee and diesel, but the air outside was thick and wet, pressing in. Everything felt a little too large. The seat too wide for my legs, the dashboard lights too bright, even when they dim, the mountain walls rising up on both sides like they were leaning in to listen. The colors were wrong, I think. The green of the trees looked too gray. The yellow lines on the road bled into the black like they were tired of staying put. Maybe I imagined this part, but it felt so real, the way the truck rocked just a little too much on the curves, like it was floating instead of rolling. Dad didn't talk much that night. He never did when the weather turned mean. His hand stayed tight on the wheel, knuckles pale, and I kept my stuffed rabbit tucked under my arm, even though I was getting too old for it. The divorce had happened a few months before, or maybe a year. The details are soft around the edges now. Mom had said something about not wanting to ride anymore, about the road being too long, and that it was just me and Dad sometimes on these short hauls when he could swing it. I liked it mostly. The hum of the engine made me feel safe, like nothing could reach us inside, all that steel. But that night the hum felt different, lower, almost like it was breathing along with the rain. I kept shifting my weight because the vinyl seat stuck to the backs of my legs in that clammy way plastic does when it's damp. The heater was on low, blowing this faint warm breeze that smelled like dust, and outside the world was just streaks of darkened water. The rain and the plastic tarp over the coils made this steady, boring pattern that went on and on without ever changing. It wasn't loud like thunder, just this constant tapping like someone sitting at a desk with too much time and nothing to do, drumming their fingers in the exact same rhythm forever. You could hear each drop hit and slide, merging into little rivers that I couldn't see, but knew were there because the sound told me so. It mixed with the hiss of the tires on the wet asphalt and the low drone of the engine, turning everything into this thick, sleepy blanket of noise that made my eyelids feel heavy even though I wasn't tired. I remember counting the beats in my head. 1, 2, 3, 4, try and find a pattern, but there wasn't one. Just the same dull tap, tap, tap against the plastic, over the coils we couldn't even see under there. It went on so long, it started to feel like the only real thing in the world, like the rain was talking to itself. And we were just listening in, stuck in that endless loop of drops falling and nothing ever drying. 100 times I almost dozed off to it, but then my neck would crick or Dad would sigh, and I'd snap back, still hearing that same boring, endless patter like it was never going to stop, like the tarp was the only thing holding the whole night together. The CB radio usually just crackled with the usual trucker stuff, guys talking about fuel stops or how the way station was backed up. But that night it started pulling power from the dash like it was hungry. The green light on it dimmed, then flared too bright, and the speaker made this wet gurgle, like someone trying to breathe through a mouthful of lukewarm water that wouldn't go down. Not words at first, just that thick, struggling sound, bubbles popping and popping. I remember thinking it was static, maybe, or Dad had left a window crack somewhere, but the windows were uptight. Then came the rhythmic clack, clack, clack of a cheap plastic ballpoint pen, the kind you get at the dollar store, clicking over and over like someone nervous in the dark. Every single click made the headlights flicker, just for a split second, like the whole truck was blinking in surprise. Dad muttered something under his breath and reached for the dial, but it wouldn't move. His fingers slipped on it like it was welded shut, and he yanked harder.
Knuckles whitening. The gurgle got louder, wetter, like the water was filling up the speaker itself. I hugged my rabbit tighter. The cab felt even larger then, the roof too high, the mirrors stretching out forever. Maybe I imagined this part, but the rain sounded different after that, like it was laughing at us instead of just falling. Dad's face looked wrong in the dashboard glow, too pale, eyes too wide.
Like he was seeing something I couldn't. The voice came next, grinding out like wet gravel being crushed under boots. It whispered my middle name, the one no one had said out loud since the divorce, the one Mom used to call me when she was mad, but Dad never touched because it hurt too much. Just that name, soft and dripping, right through the speaker. My stomach flipped. I looked over at Dad, but he was staring straight ahead, jaw locked, pretending maybe he hadn't heard. But I knew he had. The name hung in the air between us, heavy as the rain. Then I glanced in the side mirror, the big convex one that makes everything look curved and wrong. There were two high beams behind us, perfect circles of white light floating 3 feet off the asphalt. No truck attached, no shape at all. Just those lights keeping exact pace with our trailer, matching every curve, every dip, like they were tethered by invisible string. The colors were wrong there too. The beams too pure, too steady, cutting through the downpour without scattering. I blinked hard, but they stayed. Dad's hands tightened on the wheel until the leather creaked. "Eyes forward, kiddo," he said, voice cracking like he was the one who was 8 years old. But I couldn't stop watching. The lights bobbed a little, almost friendly, almost like they were waving. The pen clicks kept coming, faster now, and each one sent a shiver through the whole cab, the floor vibrating under my sneakers. We drove like that for miles, or maybe minutes, time stretching the same way the road did. The gurgle turned into something almost like words, but slurred, like the water was in its throat. The floating lights never fell back, never passed. I tried to talk to ask Dad what it was, but my mouth felt full of the same lukewarm water from the radio. The cab was too quiet between the clicks, too loud with the rain. Everything distorted, the yellow lines on the road bending upward like they wanted to climb the windshield. Maybe I imagined the way my breath fogged the glass in perfect little circles matching the pen clicks. Dad reached for the CB mic once, but when he pressed the button, the gurgle just got wetter, angrier, and he dropped it like it burned. Finally, the sign for the truck stop glowed up ahead, that faded blue light that always meant hot chocolate and dry socks. Dad signaled, tires hissing louder as we turned off the mountain road. The floating lights stayed right there in the mirror until the very last second. Then they just weren't, gone like they'd never been. The radio let out one final sharp click that made the whole dash go dark for a heartbeat. Dad killed the engine in the parking lot, under the buzzing overhead lamps that were too bright, too yellow. He turned to me, trying to smile, but his face looked like it might crack. "Stay put," he said, and climbed out. I sat there alone. The capture had felt safe now, lights on, people moving around outside. But the floor was wrong. I looked down, and there were 3 inches of stagnant, muddy water sloshing around my sneakers. It hadn't been there before. It smelled like a basement, like old concrete, and things left too long in the dark. The water was lukewarm, the same temperature as the gurgle on the radio. I lifted my feet, but it followed, clinging to the rubber soles. Maybe I imagined the little ripples forming shapes, like tiny hands reaching up. Dad came back with coffee, saw it, and his face went blank the way it did when he didn't want me to know he was scared. He didn't say anything, just grabbed towels from the sleeper and started mopping. But the water kept coming from somewhere, slow and steady, like the tarp outside was leaking straight through the metal. We sat there a long time, engine off, rain still drumming that same boring pattern on the plastic. Daddy sipped his coffee and stared at nothing. I kept my rabbit dry on my lap, but my socks were soaked and the smell wouldn't leave. The CB stayed silent after that, but every so often I thought I heard the faintest click, like the pen was still there, waiting. The truck stop lights flickered once, twice, in perfect time with my heartbeat. I wanted to ask about the name, about the lights, but the words stuck the same way the dial had. Instead, I just listened to the rain, letting it fill my head until everything else blurred. I grew up after that, or I think I did. Finished school, moved away, got a job where the phones don't crackle and the roads stay flat. I don't ride with anyone anymore, but sometimes, late at night, when the weather turns, I catch myself pressing my forehead to cool glass, waiting for the hum. The divorce feels like yesterday and 100 years ago. I never say my middle name out loud. Never. People ask why I flinch at ballpoint pins, why I can't stand the smell of wet concrete. I laugh it off, tell them it's nothing, just an old story. But the colors are still wrong in my dreams. The cab still too large. The rain still tapping its endless, boring rhythm. And now, as I sit here telling you this, the floor feels damp under my chair. I can hear it, the wet gurgle starting again, faint like it's been waiting all these years. The pen clicks once soft in my ears. My headlights, no, not mine, the truck's, flicker even though there's no truck, just this room that suddenly smells like diesel and old coffee. The side mirror in my mind shows two lights floating behind me, keeping perfect pace. I never left the cab. I never grew up. I'm still that little girl with a rabbit in her lap, socks soaked, listening to the rain hit the plastic tarp over coils I can't see. Dad's hands are still white on the wheel. The mountain is still leaning in. The voice is whispering my middle name right now, grinding through the speaker that never turned off. The rain started coming down like God was trying to drown the world. Story 12. I'm not sure if I'm actually talking right now. My voice feels like it's coming from the other side of a thick pane of glass, or maybe from the bottom of a well. It's a thin, brittle sound. If I speak too loud, I'm afraid I might shatter like a glass bird hitting a window. You know that feeling? When everything is so quiet you can hear the blood moving in your ears. That's how it is lately. Everything is too quiet, and then suddenly it's far too loud. I'm trying to remember 2015. That was a year, wasn't it? Or maybe it was 1985. The dates feel like they're written in water. I was working for a towing company near the Dragon's Tail. You know that road. The one that snakes through the mountains with all those sharp turns that feel like they're trying to flick you off the edge of the world. I spent 12 years pulling people out of the trees. It's a job that gets under your fingernails. The grease, the smell of burnt rubber, the way the winch cables grow when they're under too much tension. It's a heavy kind of work. It makes your back ache in a way that sleep doesn't fix. But before I tell you about the truck, I have to tell you about the sweater. I think it's important, though I'm not sure why. I remember the way the collar of my Sunday sweater felt against the back of my neck when I was a little. It was a heavy, gray wool that smelled like cedar chips and old dust. It didn't just itch, it was a constant, dull prickling that made the skin feel tight and hot. If I moved my head even a little, the fibers would catch on the fine hairs at the base of my skull, tugging with a persistent, rhythmic annoyance. It was a scratchiness that felt like it was inside my skin, not just on top of it. I would sit for hours in the pews, focusing entirely on that one spot of irritation, watching the way the light caught the tiny, stray hairs of a knit until my eyes crossed. It was a small, suffocating sort of boredom that felt like it would never end. The world outside the church windows was too bright, but inside, everything was gray and woolly and slow. That feeling of being trapped in something scratchy and small. That's what the mountain felt like that day. The call came in late. The sun was doing that thing where it hangs low and turns the sky into a bruised, pale yellow. It was a color I don't think exists anymore. It made the trees look like cardboard cutouts, flat and fake, as if you could reach out and knock them over with a finger. Or maybe I imagined that part. Maybe the light was just normal. But it felt wrong. too bright in the wrong places. I was driving my old rig, a heavy-duty recovery truck that smelled like cold coffee and stale cigarettes. The road was empty. No bikes, no tourists. Just the wind whistling through the gaps in the door seal. I was looking for a Peterbilt. The dispatcher said it had gone over the side near mile marker 12. But when I got there was no guardrail break, no skid marks, no torn up dirt. I pulled over and looked down. There it was, 60 feet down, sitting in the bottom of a ravine. It was a massive truck, a beautiful, polished thing, and it was sitting perfectly level on the floor of the valley. It looked like it had been placed there by a giant hand, or maybe like it had grown out of the ground. There wasn't a single scratch on the chrome, no dents in the sleeper cap. The paint was a deep, glossy red that looked like wet blood against the green of the furence. I remember thinking the trees were too large. The oaks and the maples down there, they looked like they were hundreds of feet tall, their branches interlaced so tightly they blocked out the floor of the ravine. But when I started to climb down, they seemed to shrink. Or maybe I grew. Everything was shifting. The air down there was still, too still. Usually in the mountains you hear things, birds, the rustle of squirrels, the sound of water. But there was nothing. It was the kind of silence that feels like it's pressing against your eardrums, trying to get inside your head. I made my way to the truck, my boots sinking into the soft, black soil. It felt like walking on a giant sponge. The cab was warm. I could see the heat shimmering off the hood, distorting the air. It shouldn't have been warm. If the truck had been there long enough for a call to go out, the engine should have cooled. But when I reached out and touched the metal, it felt like it had a pulse, a low, slow throbbing. I opened the driver's side door. The interior was pristine. It smelled like new leather and something else, something sweet, like rotting apples or maybe perfume. The driver was gone. No blood, no signs of struggle, just an empty seat. On the passenger seat, sitting right next to a half-eaten ham sandwich wrapped in tinfoil, was a mason jar. The sandwich looked fresh. The lettuce was still crisp. The tinfoil was crinkled in a way that suggested someone had just set it down a second ago. But the jar made my stomach do a slow, oily roll. It was filled with a milky, cloudy water. It looked like the water you get when you wash a chalkboard, all white and opaque. And it was packed to the brim with human molars. They weren't just teeth. They were polished. They shone through the glass like pearls, perfectly clean, no roots attached. Just the crowns, hundreds of them, white and hard. I picked it up, and the weight of it was surprising. It felt heavier than it should have been. There was a sticky note on the lid. It was a pale yellow square, and the writing was in green crayon. The letters were big and shaky, the way a child writes before they learn how to hold the pencil, right? It just said, "Payment due." I remember staring at that note for a long time. The green of the crayon was so vibrant, it seemed to vibrate against the yellow paper. I thought, maybe I'm dreaming this. I thought about the wool sweater. I thought about the way the dirt felt under my fingernails when I was a boy. I want to be back in the church pew, itching and bored. Anything but this. Suddenly, the silence snapped. I heard a sound from above, a metallic tink, like someone tapping a ring against a pipe. I looked up. On the ridge, 60 feet above me, standing right where I'd parked my tow truck, was a man. He was wearing a high-visibility vest, the kind we all wear for safety. But this one was wrong. It didn't have any reflective tape on it. It was just a flat, dull orange, like a piece of hunter's cloth. He was holding a pair of pliers. Big, heavy industrial pliers with rusted handles. He wasn't looking at me. He was leaning over, staring at his own reflection in the chrome of my tow truck's bumper. He was moving his head back and forth, watching himself. Then he opened his mouth wide, wider than a person should be able to, and reached in with the pliers. I didn't wait to see what he did next. The fear hit me like a physical blow to the chest. It was a sharp, cold clarity that cut through the fog in my brain. I dropped the jar, or I thought I did, and scrambled back toward the slope. I climbed like an animal, digging my fingers into the black dirt, feeling the grit get back under my nails, deep and painful. I didn't look back at the Peterbilt. I didn't look back at the man. When I got to the top, my tow truck was idling. The engine was making a wet, gurgling sound I'd never heard it make before. The man was gone. There was no sign of him, no footprints in the gravel, no orange vest in the trees. I jumped into the cab and slammed the door. I shifted into gear so hard I thought I'd snap the linkage. As I sped away, weaving through those tight mountain turns, I heard it. Rattle, rattle, rattle. It was coming from the floorboards. I looked down. The mason jar was there. I thought I'd left it in the dirt by the red truck, but it was sitting right there by my feet, the milky water sloshing against the glass. The teeth were hitting the sides, a rhythmic bone-on glass sound that matched the beating of my heart. Payment due. I drove for hours, or maybe it was minutes. The road seemed to loop back on itself. I passed mile marker 12 3 times. Each time, I looked down, but I couldn't see the ravine anymore. There was just a wall of gray mist where the trees should have been. Everything is too bright now. I'm sitting in this room, and the walls are the color of that milky water in the jar. My hands on my knees. I can see the grease under my fingernails, dark, oily semicircles. I remember getting that grease from the winch cable. Or maybe I got it when I was 7, playing with the old lawnmower in the backyard. The memories are overlapping again. I'm trying to tell you what happened, but the air in here feels like wool. It's scratchy against my throat. I feel like if I move my head, I'll feel that old sweater collar catching on my skin. I think I'm still working for the towing company. I remember a call coming in. A Peterbilt went over the side. Or was it a Ford? The colors were wrong, I think. Red like blood. No, orange like the vest. I look down on my lap. There's a half-eaten ham sandwich wrapped in tin foil sitting on the chair next to me. It's still cool to the touch. The tin foil is crinkled. My mouth feels heavy. My jaw aches. I reach up and run my tongue over my gums, but everything feels smooth. Too smooth. I look at the window, but I don't see the street outside. I see a reflection. It's a man in an orange vest with no reflective tape. He's holding a pair of pliers. He looks just like me, but his eyes are the color of a bruised, yellow sky. I'm not in a police station. I'm not in a hospital. I'm sitting in the cab of a truck, and the engine is making a low, rhythmic humming sound. It sounds like a church choir singing through a mouthful of water. I think I'm supposed to be somewhere. I have a job to do. I'm a recovery driver. I pull things out of the dark. I look at the passenger seat. There's a jar there. The water is clear now, and the teeth are gone. It's empty, waiting for something. There's a sticky note on the dashboard. Green crayon. Start over, it says. I remember the way the collar of my Sunday sweater felt against the back of my neck when I was little. It was a heavy, gray wool that smelled like cedar chips and old dust. It didn't just itch. It was a constant, dull prickling that made the skin feel tight and hot. If I moved my head even a little, the fibers would catch on the fine hairs at the base of my skull, tugging with a persistent rhythmic annoyance. I think I'm sitting in the pews. I think I'm 12 years old. I think I'm 50. The radio in the truck clicks on. It's my own voice, but I'm crying. I'm a mile marker 12. I hear myself say, "There's a truck down here. It looks pristine." I put my hands on the steering wheel. The perforated leather feels like braille. Smooth hole, smooth hole. I look out the windshield, and I see the dragon's tail stretching out into the mist. The sky is a bruised, pale yellow. It's a color I don't think exists anymore. I have to go. Payment is due. Story 13. I think I was 9 years old, maybe 10. My father used to haul refrigerated trailers through the hills of eastern Kentucky. He let me ride along that summer because school was out and my mother said I was getting underfoot. That's the phrase she used. getting underfoot. I remember the way the cab of the truck smelled. Diesel, old coffee in a plastic thermos, and a faint rubber smell from the floor mats that had worn thin in spots. The truck felt enormous to me. The dashboard came up almost to my chin when I sat in the passenger seat. My legs dangled, and I would swing them slowly, heel tapping the door every few seconds. Clack, clack, clack. The road through those mountains curled like a snake. The sky looked too pale that day. I remember that part very clearly. The colors were wrong, I think. The green of the trees felt too bright, like someone had turned the color knob too high. Or maybe that's just how my mind remembers it now. Dad said we were low on fuel. The needle on the gauge had fallen down near the red line, and he muttered something under his breath that I probably wasn't supposed to hear. We hadn't passed a town in a long time, just trees and rock, and those wooden fences that run along the side of the road like they're trying to keep something from leaving the woods. Then we saw the gas station. At least, I think it was a gas station. It sat crooked beside the road with one single pump. The building looked tired, like it had been standing there too long and wanted to sit down. The paint had peeled away in long curling strips. I remember thinking the place looked older than my grandfather. Dad slowed the truck and pulled in. The gravel made a crunching sound under the tires. That sound stayed in my head for a long time after. Crunch, crunch, crunch. There was no sign, no lights, just that one pump. I remember looking at the grass around the station. It was taller than my knees, maybe waist high to me. The blades moved slowly in the breeze, and I could see little white bugs lifting off them in small clouds. The air felt very still, too still. Dad leaned forward and squinted toward the booth. "Someone's got to be here," he said. For a while, nothing happened. Then the door opened. A man stepped out. Even now, thinking about the way he moved makes my stomach tighten. His walk had a strange rhythm, like one leg wasn't sure where the ground was. A hitching step, then another. It reminded me of a deer I once saw that had been hit by a car, but was still trying to run. He didn't wave. He didn't smile. He just came straight toward the truck. I remember shrinking down in the seat a little. I don't know why I did that. The man hadn't said anything yet, but something about him felt wrong. Maybe I imagined that part. Maybe I was just a nervous kid. Still, the feeling was there. Dad rolled down his window. "Fill it with diesel," he said. The man nodded once. That's when I noticed his hands. They were wrapped in gauze. Old gauze, yellow in spots, like it had been there too long. The bandages covered both hands from the wrist down. They were bulky and uneven, as if something underneath them didn't sit right. The man grabbed the pump nozzle. He moved slowly, carefully, like every motion had to be planned first. As he lifted the nozzle, something caught my eye on the hood of the truck. There was a small desk fan sitting there, one of those cheap plastic fans that runs on batteries. The blade spun lazily, pushing air straight through the open window and into the cab. I could hear the motor humming. The air it blew felt cold, not refreshing cold, metal cold. The smell that came with it reminded me of pennies and wet dirt. Maybe I imagined that part, but I remember wrinkling my nose. The fan rattled a little each time it turned. WCHR, tick, WCHR, tick. Dad didn't seem to notice it. The man pumped the diesel without speaking. The pump made slow clicking sounds while the tank filled. Click, click, click. I stared at the gauze on his hands. Something about the way it moved felt wrong. Not stiff the way bandages usually are. It bent in too many places. Then the man leaned closer to the window. Very close. I could smell him. Stale peppermint. And wet dog. The smell filled the cab so fast it made my eyes sting. He spoke then, but his voice was quiet, almost gentle. "You ought to check your tires." Dad frowned. "They're fine." The man shook his head slowly. "The mountain likes the rubber." I remember those exact words because they sounded strange to me. The mountain likes the rubber. I didn't understand what that meant. Dad started to say something back, but I was still staring at the man's hands. The gauze had shifted, Just a little, and I saw something under it. Not skin, not fingers, something brown and dry, splintered, like the sticks we used to snap off pine trees when we built forts in the woods. At first I thought maybe he had injured his hands so badly they looked different. But then one of the shapes moved. Not bent, moved. The glass slid further as he lifted the nozzle away from the truck. What came out of the wrapping were not fingers. They were bundles of pine branches. Thin, dry, split at the ends like claws. They flexed slowly, rubbing together with a faint scraping sound. My stomach dropped, so suddenly I felt dizzy. I grabbed Dad's sleeve. "Dad," I whispered, but my voice came out small and shaky. The man leaned closer. His branch fingers rested against the door of the truck. Sap glistened on the wood, thick and dark. He looked straight at me. His eyes were pale gray, flat, like stones sitting in shallow water. "You ought to check those tires," he repeated. Then the branch fingers dragged slowly across the metal door. The sound was terrible, a long scraping tear. Dad heard that. His head snapped toward the man's hands. And for 1 second, one long second, nobody moved. Then Dad shoved the truck into gear. The engine roared. Gravel exploded under the tires as we shot forward out of the station. I twisted around in the seat. The man stood there beside the pump, watching us leave. The desk fan was still on the hood. I think, or maybe I imagined that part. The road curved through the mountains for miles. Dad didn't say anything for a long time. His hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly his knuckles turned white. I kept looking out the back window of the cab. I was afraid the man might be running after us. I don't know why I thought that, but the idea stayed stuck in my head. After maybe 20 miles, Dad pulled over at a rest stop. He stepped out of the truck without speaking. I followed him. The evening air had grown cooler. The sky was turning a dull gray color that reminded me of old tin. Dad walked around to the passenger side door. Then he stopped. He crouched down slowly. "What the hell?" he muttered. I stepped closer. There were 4 gouges in the metal, deep ones, each mark carved straight through the paint. Inside the scratches was a dark brown stain. Sticky. Sap. The marks looked exactly like claw tracks. Dad touched one carefully. Then he wiped his hand on his jeans like he didn't want the stuff on his skin. Neither of us spoke about it again. Not that night. Not ever. When we got home, Mom asked how the trip went. Dad said fine. I started to say something about the gas station, but he gave me a look, just a small shake of his head. So I stayed quiet. Years passed after that, or at least, I think they did. Sometimes when I remember that trip, the memories feel wrong. Like the truck cab was too big. Like the grass by the station was too tall. Like the sky was too pale. And sometimes I think about that fan. The small desk fan sitting on the hood, blowing cold metallic air into the cab. I remember the sound of it more clearly than anything. WHR. Tick. WHR. Tick. Sometimes I hear that sound when I wake up at night. It takes me a few seconds to remember where I am, or where I'm supposed to be, because every now and then, when I open my eyes, I'm not in my bedroom. I'm sitting in the passenger seat of the truck. My legs are dangling. The road is curling through the mountains. The fuel gauge is dropping toward red, and my father is muttering under his breath. The sky looks too pale. The trees are too bright. Then we see the gas station. Just one palm. Peeling paint. Tall grass moving slowly in the wind. The truck rolls to a stop. Gravel crunches under the tires. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The booth door opens, and a man begins walking toward us with that stiff, hitching step. I try to tell my father we should leave, but my voice is small, like a child's voice, because I'm still a child. My legs are still dangling from the passenger seat. My fingernails still have dirt under them from playing in the yard that morning. The fan is already spinning on the hood, blowing that cold metallic air into the cab. WHRR. Tick. WHRR. Tick. And the man with the guns wrapped hands is coming closer. I keep thinking that one day we'll drive away from that place, but we'll make it home, and I'll grow up and forget the smell of stale peppermint and wet dog. But the truck never reaches the road again. The pump clicks slowly as the tank fills. The man leans toward the window, and I realize something that makes my chest feel hollow. I never left this place. I never grew up. The mountain still likes the rubber, and the truck is just now rolling to a stop beside that one lonely palm. Again. Story 14. I remember the day Dad took me to the impound lot like it was yesterday, except the edges keep softening and the colors were wrong, I think. I was maybe 9, small enough that my sneakers still had the Velcro straps because laces were too fiddly, and we drove out to where they kept Pete's rig after he disappeared off the I-77. 3 years ago, Dad kept saying, though time felt stretchy, even then, like the highway itself had swallowed the real number. Pete was Dad's buddy, the one who always let me sit in his lap and pretend to steer when we stopped for pie at the diner with a crooked neon sign. The lot was out past the bridge, surrounded by chain link that rattled too loud in the wind, and the grass grew taller than my knees in patches, brushing against my bare legs with that tickle that wasn't quite itchy, but made me want to run anyway. My fingernails had dirt under them from digging in the backyard that morning, little black crescents I kept picking at while Dad signed papers at the gate. The sound of a bicycle chain clicking somewhere far off, maybe a kid riding past the fence, kept looping in my head even though I couldn't see the bike. Click, 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 steady as a heartbeat I didn't want to listen to. The whole place felt too large, the rows of empty trucks looming like they were holding their breath. Paint faded in the sun that was too bright, bouncing off windshields in sharp white glares that made my eyes water. Dad's hand on my shoulder was heavy, guiding me toward Pete's cab, and the air inside when he opened the door wasn't scary exactly, just hollow like someone had sucked all the normal truck smells out. Diesel and coffee and sweat, and left this quiet nothing behind. Maybe I imagined this part, but the cab seemed bigger than it should have been for a kid my size, the seats stretching wide, the steering wheel high above my head like it belonged to a giant. I climbed up the steps carefully, dirt still under my nails catching on the metal, and the floor mats felt gritty under my sneakers, small bits of gravel that had no business being there. Dad stayed outside at first, talking to the man in the orange vest, their voices drifting away until everything went too quiet. I wandered back to the sleeper berth because that's where Pete always kept his extra blankets and the bag of chips he shared with me. The curtain was half pulled, and when I pushed it aside, the space felt wrong, too still, like the air had been waiting for someone smaller than Dad. I sat on the edge of the bunk, legs dangling, and that's when I noticed the muddy work boots placed neatly at the foot of the bed. Pete's boots, I knew them right away. The scuffed toes, the laces that always came untied when he walked. But now the laces were tied into these perfect, intricate knots, loops and twists that no human hand could undo, like they'd been done by something with too many fingers or none at all. I reached out to touch one, but my finger stopped short because the mud was still damp, cold in a way that didn't match the warm day outside. The colors were wrong there too. The brown mud too gray, the leather too shiny in the wrong spots. On the pillow lay a crinkled bag of generic brand barbecue chips, the kind Pete always bought because they were cheap and he liked the fake smoke flavor. It was still open, just a little, and right in the center, one single chip stood upright, balanced perfectly like it had been placed there on purpose. I stared at it a long time, my heart doing this slow thump that felt too loud in the quiet berth. Maybe I imagined the way the chip seemed to lean toward me, just a fraction, as if it knew I was there. The berth smelled faintly of barbecue dust, and something else, something flat and empty. I swung my legs up and sat cross-legged, the mattress giving under me with that familiar creak, but then I heard it, a low, electrical hum coming from under the bed, like a buzzing neon beer sign in a dive bar we passed once on a long haul. The hum wasn't steady. It wavered, rising and falling like it was breathing, and it made the hairs on my arm stand up even though the day was warm. I told myself it was just the fridge or the battery or something normal, the kind of thing Dad fixed with a wrench and a swear word. But the sound pulled at me, small and boring at first, like the way my wool blanket at home used to scratch when I pulled it up to my chin on cold nights. That blanket was blue with little red trucks on it, and the wool wasn't soft like the commercials said. It had these stiff fibers that poked through the sheet if I moved wrong, catching on the tiny hairs on my arms and legs, making this constant dull prickling that went on for hours while I tried to sleep. You'd lie there, counting the trucks on the pattern, 1, 2, 3, but the scratch never stopped, just shifted from your elbow to your knee to the back of your neck. Always the same rough tug like the blanket was reminding you it was there, never letting you forget for a second. It mixed with the sound of the furnace clicking on and off in the hallway, turning the whole night into this endless loop of prick and click and breathe, so ordinary you almost stopped noticing until your skin felt raw in the morning. I'd kick it off sometimes, but then the cold would creep in and I'd pull it back, trading one boring discomfort for another, lying awake listening to my own heartbeat sync up with the hum of the house until everything blurred together in that same dull, endless way. That's what the hum under the mattress felt like at first. Boring, childhood boring, the kind that should have been nothing but somehow filled the whole berth until I couldn't think past it. Dad called my name from outside, voice too far away even though he was just by the door, and I slid off the bunk, knees hitting the plywood floor with a thud that echoed wrong. The hum got louder when I knelt there, so I grabbed the edge of the mattress and pulled it back in one quick yank, the kind that snaps everything into focus. Underneath was a layer of fine, gray ash spread across the plywood, smooth as powder, no lumps, no footprints except the ones my fingers made when I touched it. The ash was cool, almost silky, and in it something had drawn a map of the highway we were on, the I-77 curving exactly like the real one, but with exits marked that didn't exist in our world. Tiny lines scratched into the ash, precise as if drawn with a fingernail or the tip of a chip. One of the exits was labeled Pete's house, in block letters that looked like Pete's handwriting, but too neat, too steady, like he'd had all the time in the world to get it right. My stomach did this slow flip, the kind that happens when you step off a curb wrong. I traced the letters with my dirty fingernail, the ash sticking under the same black crescent from the backyard. The hum stopped the second I touched the map, cutting off sharp like a switch flipped. Everything went too quiet again, the kind of quiet that presses on your ears until you hear your own blood rushing. I stared at the exit marked Pete's house, and remembered how Pete used to tell me stories about his real house, the one with the tire swing and the creek out back, but this exit wasn't on any map Dad showed me. The lines of the highway in the ash seemed to move if I blinked, shifting just a little, the curves bending upward like they wanted to climb out of the plywood and into the berth. Maybe I imagined the single barbecue chip on the pillow tipping over right then, falling flat with a tiny crunch that sounded louder than it should have. The boots at the foot of the bed looked closer now, laces tighter, mud darker, like they'd taken a step while I wasn't watching. Dad came in then, his boots heavy on the steps, and the berth snapped back to normal size for a second. But his face was wrong, too pale in the light from the open door, eyes too wide like he saw the ash but didn't want to. "Find anything, kiddo?" he asked, voice cracking on the last word, and I shook my head fast, pushing the mattress down before he could look. The ash clung to my palms, gray and fine, smelling like old paper and something burnt. We left after that, Dad locking the cab behind us, but the hollow feeling followed us home in the car, sitting in the back seat with me like an extra passenger. I didn't sleep that night or the next because every time I closed my eyes I saw the map, the exit labeled for Pete's house that wasn't real, the chip standing upright like it was waiting for him to come back and eat it. After that day, I stopped riding in trucks much. Dad sold his rig a year later, or maybe 2. The timelines blur now that I'm supposed to be grown. I got older on the outside. School, jobs, apartments with no chain link fences. But the dirt under my fingernails never quite went away, no matter how many times I washed them. The height of the grass at that impound lot still comes back when I mow my tiny lawn, blades brushing my shins too high, too ticklish. And a bicycle chain sound, that click, 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 follows me on quiet streets at night, even when there's no bike around. I haven't slept in a truck since, haven't even sat in one without my chest going tight. People ask why I flinch at the smell of barbecue chips, or why I trace maps on dusty tables with my finger. And I laugh it off, say it's nothing, just an old story from when I was little. But now, as I sit here telling you this, the floor under my chair feels like plywood, cool and flat. The hum is starting again, low and electrical, buzzing from somewhere beneath me like a neon sign that never turns off. The mattress I'm on, except it's not a mattress anymore. It's the bunk in Pete's sleeper. Shifts just a little. I can see the boots at the foot. Laces not perfect. Mud still damp. The bag of chips is on the pillow beside me. One single chip standing upright in the center. My fingernails have dirt under them again. Black crescent from digging somewhere I don't remember. The ash is there when I lift the edge. The map drawn clear, the exit labeled Pete's house glowing too bright in the too quiet berth. The cab is idling on the shoulder near the bridge, engine humming soft, and Dad, except it's not Dad anymore, is waiting outside with a man in the orange vest. Everything is too large, too still, the grass beyond the window taller than my knees. I never left the impound lot. I never grew up. I'm still that 9-year-old with Velcro sneakers, dirt under my nails, sitting on the edge of the bunk listening to the hum under the mattress. Pete's buddy, my dad's buddy, disappeared off the eye, 77, 3 years ago. Story 15. I'm sitting in a plastic chair right now. At least, I think it's a chair. It's orange, that bright, aggressive orange from a school cafeteria, and it feels much too large for me. Or maybe I've just shrunk. My hands are resting on my knees, and I can see the dirt under my fingernails. It's dark, greasy dirt, the kind you get from digging in the garden or maybe from messing with a truck engine. I can't quite remember which. Everything feels very brittle today. If someone were to close a door too hard in the next room, I think I might just come apart like a dry leaf pressed in a book. I'm supposed to tell you about the night on the Blue Ridge Parkway. It was 2024, or maybe it was 1994. The years don't really line up in my head anymore. They just sort of pile on top of each other like old newspapers in a damp garage. I was driving a commercial rig. I know that's not allowed on the parkway. The rangers, they don't like the weight of the big trucks on that old pavement. But I was in such a hurry. Why was I in a hurry? I think I was trying to get home before the street lights came on. That's what you do when you're a man with a job, right? You hurry so you can finally sit down. The mountains were the wrong color. They weren't blue. In the moonlight, they looked like heaps of ash, or maybe like giant, sleeping dogs that hadn't been fed in a long time. The mist was thick, but it didn't feel like water. It felt like breathing in tiny pieces of wool. It was quiet, too quiet. Even the sound of the diesel engine felt like it was being swallowed by the trees before it could even leave the tailpipe. I remember the way the chain on my Huffy bicycle sounded when I pedaled too fast down the gravel driveway back home. It wasn't a smooth, mechanical whir, but a series of dry, metallic clicks that seemed to sync up with the rhythm of my own breathing. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. It was a dusty sound like two old coins rubbing together in a deep pocket. If you listened closely, you could hear the grit trapped in the heavy grease, tiny, microscopic grains of sand from the playground that had found a permanent home in the steel links. It was a repetitive, boring noise that filled the hot silence of Saturday afternoon, a sound that meant absolutely nothing was happening and nothing ever would. Just a steady, rhythmic friction of metal on metal, over and over, until the sun eventually went down behind the oak trees and the shadows got too long to play in. I was thinking about that bicycle chain while I was driving the truck. The rhythm was similar. The way the tires hit the expansion joints in the road. Thump, 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 thump. The parkway is narrow. It winds around the ridges like a ribbon dropped by someone who wasn't paying attention. I remember the dashboard lights were too bright. I turned them all the way down, but they still burned my eyes, glowing a sickly, radioactive green that made my skin look like it was rotting. I felt very small in that cab. The steering wheel was the size of a tractor tire, and I had to stretch my legs just to reach the pedals. Maybe I imagined that part, but it felt so real. I felt like a child wearing his father's suit, trying to pretend I knew how to navigate the dark. Then I saw her. She was standing right in the center of the lane, not on the shoulder, not waving her arms like someone who'd run out of gas. She was just there. The headlights hit her, and for a second, she looked like a paper doll cut out of a magazine. She was wearing a coat that looked like it was made of old dishcloths, all gray and frayed at the edges. I slammed on the brakes. The sound was horrific. It wasn't the sound of air brakes. It was the sound of a scream, a long metallic wail that echoed off the ridges. I skidded. The trailer swerved, and I was sure I was going to go over the edge, down into the trees where the shadows were the thickest. But I stopped. I stopped just inches from her shins. She didn't move. She didn't even blink. She was holding something in her right hand. It was a silver stopwatch, heavy and thick, the kind a track coach might use, but it looked older. It looked like it had been buried in the dirt for a few years, and then wiped clean with a damp rag. She stared at it with an intensity that made me feel cold. It wasn't a normal look. It was the way a person looks at a ticking bomb, or maybe the way a hungry person looks at a piece of bread. I sat there for a long time. The engine was idling, making the whole cab shiver. I should have stayed inside. I should have locked the doors. But my hand moved on its own. I reached for the handle. I rolled down the window. The air that came in smelled like wet dirt and copper, like a penny that's been sitting in a puddle. The woman walked around to my side of the truck. Her movements were stiff, like her joints were made of rusted hinges. She reached out and tapped on the glass of my driver's side door. She didn't use her knuckles. She used a key, a big, rusted house key with a square head. Clink, clink, clink. You're late, she said. Her voice didn't sound like a woman's voice. It sounded like the wind moving through a pile of dry leaves. I'm sorry, I whispered. I don't know why I apologized. I felt like I was in trouble. I felt like I'd forgotten to do my homework. The road is slow tonight. She held up the stopwatch. She pressed it against the glass, so I had to look at it. The needle wasn't moving forward. It wasn't ticking away the seconds of the night. It was spinning backward, fast, a silver blur against the white face of the watch. And then the pain started. It wasn't a dull ache. It was a sharp, stabbing sensation in my left molar. It felt like someone had taken a needle and driven it straight into the nerve. I gasped, clutching my jaw, and every time that silver needle on the stopwatch hit the 0 mark, the pain spiked. It was a rhythmic torture. 0, stab, 0, stab. I could taste blood in my mouth, thick and metallic, just like the air outside. "You're 3 minutes behind the schedule," she said. She leaned closer to the window. Her skin looked like wet tissue paper stretched over a skull. I could see the shape of her teeth through her cheeks. "The time has to come from somewhere." "I don't understand," I said. My voice was very small now. I looked at the dashboard, but the green lights were gone. Everything was black. She reached into her pocket. She pulled out a handful of something gray and soft. It was dryer lint, a big, damp clump of it, matted together with hair and dust. She pressed it against the outside of my window. The lint started to move. It didn't just fall away. It crawled. It spread across the glass like a fungus. weaving itself into shapes. I watched, unable to move, as the gray fibers formed a face. It wasn't her face. It was mine, but it was a version of me I hadn't seen yet. It was older, much older. The eyes were sunken and tired, and the mouth was set in a permanent line of exhaustion. The link face looked at me through the glass, and for a second, I felt a terrible sense of pity. Then she stepped back. She didn't turn around. She just drifted backward into the mist, her gray coat blending into the gray air, until there was nothing left but the sound of the stopwatch clicking in the dark. I didn't wait. I didn't check to see if she was gone. I put the truck in gear and I drove. I drove until the sun started to come up, but the sun was the wrong color too. It was a pale, sickly yellow, like an old bruise. I made it to the truck stop. I think I did. I remember the smell of the coffee. It was burnt and bitter, and I couldn't drink it because my tooth hurt too much. I went into the bathroom to look at my face in the mirror. I wanted to see if the lint had left a mark. But when I looked in the mirror, I didn't see myself. I saw the stopwatch. It was hanging from the curtain rod in the back of my cab, swinging gently with the motion of the road. I don't remember putting it there. I don't remember how it got inside, but it's there now. It's always there. Everything is very quiet now. I'm still in the orange chair. I think I've been here for a long time. The dirt under my fingernails is still there, but it's drier now. It's starting to flake off onto my lap. I look at my hands. They aren't the hands of a truck driver. They're small. They're the hands of a boy who's been playing in the woods. Is it time yet? I ask the room, but there's no one here. Just a flicker of the fluorescent light overhead. It's too bright. It makes the floor look like it's made of glass. I'll look in the rearview mirror. Wait, why do I have a rearview mirror in this room? It's bolted to the wall, right next to a picture of a mountain I don't recognize. In the reflection, I see the back of a truck cab. I see the curtains pulled half shut, and there, hanging from the rod, is the silver stopwatch. The needle is almost at 0. I can feel the pain starting in my jaw again. It's a slow building heat. The colors are wrong, I think. The walls should be white, but they look like the mist on the parkway. They look like they're made of gray dryer lint, slowly weaving themselves into the shape of a life I haven't lived yet. Maybe I imagine a truck. Maybe I imagine being a man. I remember the way the chain on my Huffy sounded. Click-clack, click-clack. I hear it now. It's coming from behind the door, but it's not a bicycle. It's the sound of a woman with a rusted key tapping on the glass. I'm making a midnight run through the Blue Ridge Parkway. I know it's illegal for commercial rigs, but I'm in such a hurry. I have to get home before the street lights come on. The mountains look like heaps of ash, and the mist feels like wool in my throat. I see a woman standing in the middle of the road. She isn't waving for help. She's just standing there, holding a heavy, silver stopwatch and staring at it with an intensity that makes the hair on my neck stand up. I slam on the brakes. The metal screams. I'm 3 minutes behind the schedule. Story 16. I remember sitting shotgun in Dad's rig that night in '92, the year everything started feeling too large and too quiet at the same time, like the world had been stretched on a frame that didn't quite fit anymore. I was 8, maybe 9. The numbers slide around now the way the yellow lines on the road did under the rain. My sneakers dangled above the floor mat, toes brushing the rubber only when I swung my legs. And there was still dirt under my fingernail from digging in the grass at the last rest stop. Little black half-moons I kept scraping with my thumb because the height of that grass had been just right for hiding, taller than my knees, whispering against my shins like it knew secrets I wasn't supposed to hear. Earlier, before the tunnel swallowed us, I'd heard the faint click-click-click of a bicycle chain from some kid pedaling past the pumps, steady and small. The kind of sound that should have been nothing, but stuck in my head like a splinter. Dad was pulling a flatbed of seasoned oak, logs stacked neat and dark under straps, and the cab smelled like wet wood and old vinyl, even before the rain really hit. The colors were wrong. I think The green highway signs too gray. The red tail light to the car, ahead bleeding into the dark like they were tired. Maybe I imagined this part, but the tunnel entrance looked bigger than it should have. Mouth open too wide, waiting. The rain started coming down so hard it felt like it was trying to punch through the roof of the cab, each drop hitting the metal with a flat, endless smack that turned the whole night into one long, boring rhythm I couldn't escape. It wasn't loud like thunder, just this constant dull patter against the cab roof. Every drop sliding into the next without ever changing, merging into little streams I could hear, but not see, tapping the same beat over and over like someone practicing the same piano note forever because they had nowhere else to go. You'd sit there counting them in your head. 1, 2, 3, 4. But the count always slipped because the sound never sped up or slowed. Just kept going, mixing with a low hum of the engine and the swish of the wipers until your ears felt full of it. Heavy and ordinary the way childhood afternoons felt when you had to wait inside for the storm to pass. It pressed against the roof right above my head, making the metal ping in that same boring way for miles, the kind of noise that should have been background but instead crawled under your skin, making your shoulders hunch even though nothing was happening, nothing at all, just rain and more rain, and the slow creep of time that never moved forward. 100 drops, 1,000, all identical, all forgettable, until you realized you'd been listening so long your own breathing had matched it without you noticing, and the cab felt smaller because of it, trapped in that endless, dull drumming that never let you forget you were still inside. Dad kept his eyes on the white line, knuckles tied on a wheel, and the radio on Channel 19 had been quiet like it always was at that hour, just faint static now and then. But somewhere near the middle of the tunnel, where the walls curved in too close and the overhead lights were too bright, buzzing yellow and stretching the shadows wrong, the static smoothed out into something else. A wet, rhythmic choking, not words, just this thick, liquid sound like someone trying to clear their throat, but the water wouldn't go down, bubbling and gasping in time with something. I shifted in my seat, the vinyl sticking to the backs of my legs in that clammy way it did when the heater was on low. Dad reached for the squelch knob, twisting it slow, muttering about farm interference or maybe a loose wire, but the sound didn't fade. It changed. It started copying the exact rhythm of his breathing, I think, or maybe mine. He'd take a long drag from that lukewarm cup of gas station coffee, the one with too much powdered creamer clumped at the bottom like tiny white islands, and the radio would answer with a long, liquid exhale, wet and slow, matching the sip like it was sitting right there in the cab with us. The colors were wrong on the dial, too, the green numbers glowing too steady. Maybe I imagined this part, but it wasn't just a recording, it was reacting. Dad noticed. His chest rose, and he held it, counting in his head the way I did with the rain, 10 full seconds without breathing. Heart hammering so hard I could see the vein in his neck jump. The radio went dead silent, the choking cut off sharp like a hand over a mouth. The tunnel lights flickered once, too bright, making everything snap into focus for a second. The oak logs on the flatbed behind us suddenly cleared in the side mirror, the white line on the road razor sharp. Then the voice came, squeezed through a throat full of sand, grinding and low. It whispered Dad's old home address, the one we'd moved out of 5 years before, the little brick house with the cracked driveway and the swing set in the back that Mom had left behind. Numbers and street name perfect, like the voice had been practicing them in the dark. My stomach twisted small and cold. Dad's hand froze on the wheel, coffee cup halfway to his mouth again. The worst part wasn't even a voice. Right after the address, sharp and clear like it was inches from my ear, came the sound of a child's squeaky toy being squeezed once. That cheap rubber kind with the plastic whistle inside. The one I used to have, the blue dinosaur that made a high, broken honk when you stepped on it by accident. One quick squeeze, nothing else. Just that single familiar squeak hanging in the cab like it had come from a sleeper berth behind the curtain. I didn't look back there. I couldn't. My eyes stayed glued to the white line, the way Dad said, praying the tunnel would end even though the walls kept stretching. Too quiet now, except for the rain still drumming its boring, endless beat on the roof. The air felt hollow, too large for just the two of us. The sleeper curtain swayed a little like something had shifted behind it, but I kept my head forward, dirt under my fingernails digging into my palms. The bicycle chain sound from earlier popped back in my head, click, 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 mixing with the memory of that toy squeak until I couldn't tell which was real. We drove the rest of the tunnel like that, miles or minutes or hours. I don't know anymore, because time got soft around the edges. Dad never touched the radio again. The coffee sat cold in the cup holder. Creamer Islands hardened. I traced the dirt cresses on my nails over and over, feeling the height of that rest stop grass against my legs like it was still there, brushing too high. The tunnel lights stayed too bright, the walls too close, the flatbed behind us creaking in a rhythm that matched the rain. Everything distorted, the oak logs in the mirror looking longer than they should, darker, like they were listening. I wanted to ask Dad about the address, about the toy, but my mouth felt full of the same wet choking from the radio. So I just sat smaller in the seat, legs swinging less, waiting for the exit sign to appear. After that night, I got older on the outside. School, bikes with chains that clicked for real, grass that never grew quite as tall, but the dirt in my fingernails never washed clean, and the sound of rain on any roof still fills my head with that boring, endless patter until I can't think. I don't ride in trucks much now. People ask why I flinch at the squeak of a rubber toy, or why I trace old addresses on foggy windows with my finger. And I smile fragile, say it's nothing, just a story from when I was little. But the tunnel never really ended. The cab never got smaller. And now, as I sit here telling you this, the roof above me is drumming again, rain punching through in that same dull way, the white line stretching ahead too straight. The radio on channel 19 is humming soft, waiting. I can feel the sleeper berth behind me, curtain half pulled, the squeaky toy lying there somewhere in the dark. Dad's hands are still white on the wheel, coffee cup still lukewarm. The tunnel walls are too close, lights too bright. I never looked back there. I never grew up. I'm still that 8-year-old with dirt under my nails, legs dangling, eyes locked on the white line, praying the tunnel would end while the radio breathes along with us. I was pulling a flatbed of seasoned oak through the big Walker Tunnel back in '92 when the rain started coming down so hard it felt like it was trying to punch through the roof of my cab. Story 17. I'm sitting in a plastic chair right now. At least, I think it's a chair. It's orange, that bright, aggressive orange from school cafeteria, and it feels much too large for me. Or maybe I've just shrunk. My hands are resting on my knees, and I can see the dirt under my fingernails. It's dark, greasy dirt, the kind you get from digging in a garden or maybe from messing with a truck engine. I can't quite remember which. Everything feels very brittle today. If someone were to close a door too hard in the next room, I think I might just come apart like a dry leaf pressed in a book. I'm supposed to tell you about the truck. My father's truck. He drove for 30 years. 30 years of white lines and asphalt and the steady, rhythmic heartbeat of a diesel engine. Then one day he just stopped. He walked away from his rig at a way station in West Virginia and never looked back. I remember thinking that was the strangest part. He loved that truck more than he loved his own bed. He used to say the cab was the only place where the air felt right. When I went to recover the rig, the world fell off. The colors were wrong, I think. The sky was a pale, sickly yellow, like an old bruise, and the pavement of the way station looked too smooth, like it was made of plastic. The mountains in the distance were too sharp, their peaks cutting into the sky like jagged teeth. I remember the floor mat in the hallway of our old house. It was a rectangular piece of heavy, industrial rubber with these tiny, raised pyramids that were supposed to scrape the mud off your shoes. I spent what felt like hours of my childhood just staring at it while waiting for my dad to come home. If you dragged your sock-covered heel across it, it made a dull, vibrating zzz sound that traveled all the way up your leg and settled in your hip. The rubber smelled like a tire shop in July, thick and suffocating. It was a boring, flat sensation, the way the little pyramids would press into the skin of my palms if I leaned too hard on them, leaving a grid of tiny red indentations that took minutes to fade. It was just a mat. It didn't do anything but sit there and collect dust and the occasional dried leaf, but it felt like the most permanent thing in the world. I was thinking about that mat when I climbed into the cab. The smell of me first. It wasn't diesel. It wasn't grease or old coffee or the scent of a man who'd lived in a small space for weeks. It was sickly sweet. It smelled like those cheap, generic brand menthol cigarettes my dad used to smoke, the kind that come in a plain green pack and taste like chemicals. But underneath that, there was something metallic, something cold, like a handful of wet nails left out in the sun. I sat in the driver's seat. It was still warm, not the warmth of a person, but the lingering heat of an engine that refused to die. The air in the cab was thick, and I felt like I was being watched by the dials on the dashboard. They were too bright, glowing with a restless, green light that seemed to pulse in time with my own heartbeat. I reached for the CB headset. I was going to call the yard, let them know I'd found it. But my hand stopped an inch away. The plastic headset wasn't black anymore. Maybe I imagined this part, but it felt so real. The headset had been wrapped in a layer of thin, grayish material. It looked like sun-dried leather at first, but when I leaned closer, I saw the pores. I saw the tiny, microscopic hairs that stood up when the air from the vents hit them. It was skin. Someone had taken the time to surgically, neatly wrap the microphone in a human-colored hide. And the stitches, whoever did it used thick, wax dental floss, the kind that's flat and slippery. The stitches were tight and even, pulling the material taut over the buttons and the speaker grill. It was a masterpiece of the grotesque. As I stared at it, the radio keyed itself. I wasn't touching it. There was no one else in the cab. But the transmit light, a tiny, angry red bulb, began to glow. It stayed on, a steady, unwavering eyes staring back at me. Then came the voice. It wasn't a man's voice. It wasn't my father's voice. It was a collection of sounds, a jagged, mechanical mimicry. It sounded like the grinding of his specific, failing transmission. It was the sound of gears that didn't quite mesh, of a belt that was about to snap, of a piston that was scraping against the wall of its cylinder. "The fourth gear is Hungary," the radio rasped. The sound was wet, like someone trying to speak through a mouthful of gravel. "The oil is thin. We're running out of time." It knew the truck's mechanical pains better than he did. It spoke of the worn-out brakes and the slow leak in the coolant line, as if they were its own internal organs. I looked down at the floor. There was a pack of those green menthol cigarettes. I picked it up, my fingers shaking. Every single cigarette in the pack had been snapped perfectly in half. Not crushed, not broken, snapped as if by a pair of precision pliers. I didn't drive that truck out. I couldn't. I felt like if I put my hands on the wheel, the skin on the handset would start to grow over my own fingers, stitching us together with that wax dental floss. I called a heavy-duty wrecking crew. I told them to take the whole thing. The cab, the trailer, the radio. Scrap it all, I said. Don't open the doors. Just crush it. I watched them tow it away. The sun was still that sickly yellow, and the mountains were still too sharp. I thought I'd escaped it. I thought I'd left that truck in the heap where it belonged. Everything is very quiet now. I'm still in the orange chair. I think I've been here for a long time. The dirt under my fingernails is still there, but it's drier now. It's starting to flake off onto my lap. I look at my hands. They aren't the hands of a man who recovers trucks. They're small. They're the hands of a boy who's been playing in the dirt behind the garage. Is it dinner time? I ask the room, but there's no one here. Just a flicker of the fluorescent light overhead. It's too bright. It makes the floor look like it's made of glass. I look at the wall. There's a picture of my dad's truck. It's a beautiful red Peterbilt, and it's sitting in a driveway that I don't recognize. The grass in the picture is too high, almost up to the windows of the cab. I reach out to touch the picture, but my hand stops an inch away. I can smell it, the sickly sweet scent of menthol and copper. I look down on my lap. There's a CB headset sitting there. It's wrapped in thin, grayish skin, and the stitches are made of wax dental floss. The transmit light is glowing a steady, angry red. The fourth gear is hungry. A voice whispers from the corner of the room. It sounds like the grinding of a transmission. It sounds like my father walking away. I realize now, I never left the way station. I never grew up. I'm still sitting in the driver's seat of a truck that's being crushed, and the air is getting thinner. I remember the floor mat in the hallway of our old house. It was a rectangular piece of heavy, industrial rubber with these tiny, raised pyramids. I'm staring at it now. It's right under my feet. I'm waiting for my dad to come home. I'm waiting for the truck to stop humming. The colors are wrong, I think, but I'm in a hurry. I have to get home before the street lights come on. I reach for the handset. I remember the night Dad stopped the rig at that gravel pull-off near the Kentucky border because the left inner dually felt like it was losing air and the Appalachian fog was thick enough to chew on. I was 8 or 9, the numbers all soft and sliding now like the white lines on the road that disappeared into the gray. My jacket was too big, sleeves flopping over my hands, and there was still dirt under my fingernails from digging around in the grass at the last rest stop. Little black crescents I kept picking at because the height of that grass had been perfect for hiding, taller than my knees, tickling my shins in that way that made me feel both brave and tiny at the same time. Somewhere far down the foggy road, I thought I heard the faint click, click, click of a bicycle chain, steady and small. Even though there was no kid riding in sight, was the sound looping in my head like it belonged there. The colors were wrong. I think the fog too, white in spots, the red of the rig's taillights bleeding into nothing. Maybe I imagined this part, but the pull-off felt too large, the trees leaning in closer than they should, the gravel stretching out forever under us feet. Dad killed the engine, and the sudden quiet pressed down heavy. Too quiet, the kind that makes your ears ring with nothing. He grabbed the flashlight from the glove box, the metal cold and heavy, and I climbed down after him, even though he told me to stay put. My sneakers hit the gravel, and that's when it started. The boring, endless crunch under every little shift of weight, the small stones grinding together in the exact same rhythm over and over, never speeding up or slowing down, just crunch, crunch, crunch like someone had decided the whole world should repeat that one tiny noise forever while we waited. It wasn't loud, just this constant, dull press of rubber on rock, mixing with the soft hiss of the fog settling on the leaves and the low tick of the cooling engine until your head filled up with it. Heavy and ordinary the way childhood weights always felt. You'd stand there counting the crunches in your head. 1, 2, 3, 4. But the count always slipped because the sound never changed, just kept going, turning your toes numb inside the sneakers and making your ankles ache from standing still in the cold. It crawled up your legs and into your chest, that same boring crunch repeating 100 times, the 1,000, the kind of nothing sound that should have been background but instead wrapped around you like the fog itself, reminding you with every step that you were still there, still small, still listening to gravel do its dull job while nothing else happened and nothing ever would. The cold seeped through the rubber soles too, matching the crunch beat for beat, until the whole thing blurred into one long, forgettable loop that made your mind drift, even while your feet stayed planted. Dad knelt by the tire, flashlight beam cutting a too bright tunnel through the fog. and I stood close, my breath making little clouds that hung wrong, too solid. The open cab window let the CB chatter drift out, usual trucker stuff fading into static, but then the voice boomed, sudden and loud, vibrating the glass like it wanted to crack it. Not static, something else. I looked up fast, hard doing that small tight flip, and there he was 50 feet away in the tree line, standing perfectly still. No coat, just a fraying flannel shirt with a bottom button missing, flapping a little in the wind that wasn't really there. The temperature was in the 30s. I knew because Dad had complained about it earlier, but the man didn't shiver, didn't hug himself, just stood there holding a dead, bloated groundhog by the tail, the fur matted and swollen like it had been in the ditch too long. His lips moved, whispering right into the animal's ear, soft and steady. And every time they did, the exact same words came blasting out of the CB speakers in the cab behind me. Crystal clear, no static, no delay. The colors were wrong on him too. The flannel too red in the flashlight glow. The groundhog's eyes too glassy and open. Maybe I imagined this part, but he never looked at us. Not once, just kept talking into that poor dead thing like it was a high-end microphone, like it could hear every word. And the voice, Dad's voice? No, not quite, but it knew everything. It started listing every meal we had eaten in the last 3 days, down to the smallest details. The gas station hot dog with extra mustard that left yellow smears on the wrapper. The lukewarm fries Dad shared with me at the last truck stop, the salt still clinging to my fingers. The oatmeal from the motel microwave that tasted like cardboard and had those little brown lumps I picked around. And then the hitchhiker, the one Dad picked up outside Knoxville while I was half asleep in the sleeper. The damp dog fur smell on his coat from the stray he'd been carrying, the way it clung to the cab seats even after he got out. The voice recited it all, calm and flat, like it was reading from a list written inside the groundhog's fur. Every time the man's lips moved, the CB answered louder, the words vibrating the window glass so hard I felt it in my teeth. Dad froze with the pressure gauge in his hand, flashlight beam shaking just a little, snapping everything into sharp, violent clarity for a second. The man's frayed cuff, the groundhog's tail dragging in the dirt, the missing button hanging by a thread. The voice didn't ask for help. It didn't threaten. It just kept going, meal after meal, detail after detail, the smell of the hitchhiker's wet dog fur mixing with the fog until I could almost taste it. I wanted to run back to the cab, but my sneakers were stuck in the gravel, the crunch now too loud in my ears, too boring and too real. The trees behind the man looked too large, the fog wrapping him like it was part of him, the whole pull-off stretching wider than a highway itself. Dad whispered my name, low and broken, but the CB voice just kept reciting, louder now, the groundhog's body swaying slightly with each word. We stood there longer than we should have, the flashlight beam cutting the same too bright path, the man never turning his head. His flannel looked older up close, threads fraying exactly like the edges of my memory now. The groundhog's legs hung limp, loaded belly pale in the fog. I traced the dirt under my nails with my thumb, feeling the height of the grass from earlier against my legs again. The bicycle chain, click, 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 mixing with the voice until I couldn't tell which was which. The CB kept going, stronger somehow, listing the exact number of ketchup packets I'd torn open at lunch, the may the coffee burn Dad's tongue, the small things no one else could know. Everything felt wrong, too quiet between the words, too large around us, the fog pressing in until the rig looked miles away, even though it was right there. Dad finally grabbed my arm, hard enough to leave marks I'd feel for days, and we left a pressure gauge lying right there in the dirt, shiny metal glinting wrong in the flashlight before he clicked it off. We scrambled back into the cab, doors slamming too loud, engine roaring to life. I didn't look back at the tree line. I couldn't, but the voice followed us, transmitting clear through the CB, for another 10 miles down the dark road, getting stronger the farther we got, like distance made it louder instead of weaker. The words kept coming, meal after meal, detail after detail, until they finally faded into something else, the soft, endless sound of a woman crying, low and broken, looping under the static like she'd been waiting the whole time. After that night, I got older on the outside. School desks too small, then suddenly too big, bikes with chains that clicked for real, grass that never grew quite as tall again. But the dirt under my fingernails never washed away completely, and the sound of gravel under any shoes still fills my head with that boring, endless crunch until I have to stop walking. I don't ride in trucks much now. People ask why I flinch at the smell of damp dog fur, or why I trace missing buttons on my own shirts when I'm nervous, and I laugh it off soft, say it's nothing, just an old story from when I was little. The fog never really lifted. The pull-off never got smaller. And now, as I sit here telling you this, the floor under my chair feels like gravel, crunching with every tiny shift of my weight in that same dull, boring way. The fog is pressing against the windows, thick enough to chew on. The trees outside too large and leaning in. Dad's hand is still tight on my arm. The pressure gauge still lying in the dirt where we left it. The CB is crackling soft on the dash, waiting. I can see the man 50 feet away in the tree line, flannel fraying, groundhog by the tail, lips moving. The voice is reciting again. Louder now. The woman's crying starting underneath. The bicycle chain clicks somewhere in the gray. I never left the pull-off. I never grew up. I'm still that 8 or 9-year-old with dirt under my nails, sneakers crunching, flashlight beam shaking, standing in the fog while the man whispers in a dead fur and the radio answers back. I stopped at a gravel pull-off near the Kentucky border because my left inner duly felt like it was losing air, and the Appalachian fog was thick enough to chew on. Strolling. I remember the night Dad drove us through the Monongahela forest in that late November sleet storm, the year everything started feeling too large and too quiet at the same time, like the trees had been stretched on a frame that didn't quite fit the road anymore. I was 8 or 9. The numbers slide around now, the way the white lines disappeared under the gray ice. My jacket sleeves flopped over my hands, too big like always, and there was still dirt under my fingernails from poking around in the grass at the last pull-off little black crescents I kept scraping with my thumb because the height of that grass had been just right for hiding, taller than my knees, brushing my shins with that cold, wet tickle that made me feel both hidden and too exposed all at once. Somewhere back along the foggy shoulder, I thought I heard the faint click, click, click of a bicycle chain, steady and small, even though no kid was riding in the sleet, just the sound looping in my head like it had nowhere else to go. The colors were wrong, I think, the sleet too white against the black trees, the red tail lights of the rig bleeding into the dark like they were tired of staying put. Maybe I imagined this part, but the forest felt too large, the pines leaning in closer than they should, the road narrowing and widening in the same breath. Dad had flipped the CB to channel 19, listening for wreck reports the way he always did in bad weather, and the cab smelled like cold vinyl and the faint leftover coffee from the last stop. The sleet started coming down harder, each tiny pellet hitting the roof and windshield with a flat, endless pattern that turned the whole night into one long, boring rhythm I couldn't escape. It wasn't loud like rain or sharp like hail, just this constant, dull tick-tick-tick against the metal and glass, every pellet sliding into the next without ever changing, merging into little frozen streams I could hear, but not see, tapping the exact same beat over and over like someone sitting at a desk with too much time and nothing to do, drumming their fingers forever because the storm had nowhere else to go. You'd sit there counting them in your head. 1, 2, 3, 4. But the count always slipped because the sound never sped up or slowed, just kept going mixing with the low hum of the engine and the swish of the wipers until your ears felt full of it, heavy and ordinary the way childhood afternoons felt when you had to wait inside and the clock never moved. It pressed against the roof right above my head, making the cab ping in that same boring way for miles, the kind of noise that should have been background but instead crawled under your skin, making your shoulders hunch even though nothing was happening, nothing at all, just sleet and more sleet and the slow creep of time that never moved forward. 100 pellets, 1,000, all identical, all forgettable, until you realized you'd been listening so long your own breathing had matched it without you noticing. And the cab felt smaller because of it, trapped in that endless, dull drumming that never let you forget you're still inside. The static on the radio cleared sudden and clean, like someone had wiped a dirty window, and I heard 2 drivers talking plain as day. They were going on about the price of fuel, how it was getting too high even for the long hauls, and about a new truck stop opening up in some town I'd never heard of. Dad chuckled at first, muttering that nobody was opening anything new in November, but then one of them said the town's name and my stomach did this small cold flip, because I knew that place. That had shown me on the map once, except it had been under a reservoir for 40 years, flooded out and gone. The voices kept chatting, calm and ordinary, like they were right there in the next lane. Dad keyed the mic to ask where they were, his voice crackling out, but they didn't hear him. They just kept talking, the words flowing smooth, as if our rig wasn't even on the road. Then one of them started describing Dad's truck. The exact dent in the sleeper from that time he backed into the loading dock too fast. The dashboard hula girl with her plastic neck snapped and held together by strips of scotch tape that were yellowing at the edges. The way Dad was currently rubbing his left shoulder because the cold made the old ache flare up. Everything matched perfect, down to the little things no stranger could know. The colors were wrong on the radio dial too, the green numbers glowing too steady, too bright in a dim cab. Maybe I imagined this part, but the sleet outside seemed slow, the pellets hanging in the air for a split second before falling, like the whole forest was listening. One of the voices laughed then, dry and raspy, sounding like dead leaves blowing across a tombstone, and he said, "He's got no idea, he's already on a list." The words landed sharp, violent, cutting through the boring tick-tick-tick of the sleet like a knife. Dad's hand froze on the mic, knuckles white, and the cab went too quiet between the voices, too large around us, the trees outside stretching taller than they had any right to be. The second voice picked up smooth, and then the radio played back a recording of Dad talking Mom on the phone from 2 hours earlier, the one where he'd stepped out at the last stop to call her about the weather and when he'd be home. But in the playback, his words weren't words anymore. They were replaced by the sound of a leaky faucet dripping into a metal pan, slow and hollow. Plink, 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 each drop matching the rhythm of what he'd actually said. I could still hear the shape of the sentences, the worry about the sleet and the load, but it all came out as that dripping metal sound, cold and endless. My eyes went to the hula girl on the dash, her little grass skirt frozen mid-sway, and for a split second her plastic face turned toward me, grinning wide with painted teeth that looked too real, too sharp in the dashboard light that was suddenly too bright. The snap into clarity hit like a slap. The grin, the dripping voice, the leaves laugh still echoing under the static. Dad yanked the whole CB unit from its mount in one hard pull, wires tearing free with a plastic crack that sounded louder than it should have. He slammed the rig onto the shoulder, tires sliding a little on the sleet-slick gravel, and we both climbed out fast, my sneakers crunching too loud, dirt and my fingernails catching on the door handle. The forest air was colder than the cab, too quiet now, except for the sleet still ticking its boring beat on the leaves. Dad threw the CB as far as he could into the creek that ran beside the road, the black box spinning once in the air before it hit the water with a splash that cut off sharp. The silence that followed pressed down heavier than the voices had, heavier than the sleet, heavier than anything. It filled the cab when we climbed back in, thick and wrong, the hula girl facing forward again like nothing had happened. But her neck tape looked fresh, the snap cleaner somehow. We drove the rest of the way through the forest like that. Miles or minutes or hours, I don't know, because Tom got soft around the edges the same way the road did under the ice. Dad never turned the radio back on. He just rubbed his shoulder and stared at the white line, the hula girl swaying, gentle like she was keeping time with the sleet. I traced dirt crescents on my nails over and over, feeling the height of that grass from earlier against my legs again. The bicycle chain, click, 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 mixing with the memory of the dripping faucet until I couldn't tell which was which. The tree stayed too large, the sleet too steady, the cab too quiet without the voices. Everything distorted, the dint in the sleeper behind us creaking in a rhythm that matched the leaves laugh I kept hearing in my head. I wanted to ask Dad about the list, about the town under the water, about the grin, but my mouth felt full of the same dripping sound, so I just sat smaller in the seat, legs swinging less, waiting for the forest to end. After that night, I got older on the outside. School, bikes with chains that clicked for real, grass that never grew quite as tall again. But the dirt under my fingernails never washed clean, and the sound of sleet on any roof still fills my head with that boring, endless tick until I can't think past it. I don't ride in trucks much now. People ask why I flinch at the drip of a faucet or why I turn every dashboard toy to face away from me. And I smile fragile, say it's nothing, just an old story from when I was little. The forest never really ended. The silence never got lighter. And now, as I sit here telling you this, the roof above me is ticking again, sleet pellets drumming their same dull beat, the white lines stretching ahead too straight through trees that lean too close. The CB is gone, wires torn, but the voices are still there under the quiet, talking about fuel and a truck stop that shouldn't exist. Dad's hand is still white on the wheel, shoulders still aching, hula girl still swaying with her face turned just enough. The creek is right outside, the black box still sinking slow. I never threw it. I never grew up. I'm still that 8 or 9-year-old with dirt under my nails, jacket sleeves flopping, eyes locked on the dashboard while the radio breathes in voices from 40 years ago and the plastic grin waits. I've got a lot of miles under my belt, but their run through the Monongahela forest in a late November sleet storm changed how I feel about being alone. Story 20. I remember the night Dad was hauling that load of scrap metal down Highway 221 at 3 a.m. when a moon was hidden and the road didn't follow the laws of physics anymore. I was 8 or 9. The numbers slide around now, the way the white lines blurred into the black. My sneakers dangled above the floor mat, toes brushing the rubber only when I swung my legs, and there was still dirt under my fingernails from digging in the grass at the last pull-off, little black crescents I kept picking at because the height of that grass had been just right for hiding, taller than my knees, whispering against my shins in the cold like it knew things I wasn't supposed to hear. Somewhere back along the shoulder, I thought I heard the faint click, click, click of a bicycle chain from some kid pedaling past the pumps earlier, steady and small, even though no one was out there at that hour. Just the sound looping in my head like it had nowhere else to go. The colors were wrong, I think. The dashboard lights too dim in spots, the red tail lights on the flatbed bleeding into nothing. Maybe I imagined this part, but the cab felt too large, the seats stretching wide, the scrap metal pile behind us clinking softly like it was breathing in the dark. Dad kept his eyes on the road, hands loose on the wheel the way he did when the night got heavy, and the greasy receipt for the burger and fries from the last stop sat on the dash, fluttering a little in the van air. The tires kept hitting those little seams in the concrete every few seconds, making the same dull thump, thump, thump that went on for miles without ever changing. It wasn't not enough to be annoying at first, just this steady, boring rhythm that vibrated up through the seat into my legs and back. The exact same thump each time, like the road was counting something slow and patient. You'd sit there trying to ignore it, counting along in your head, 1, 2, 3, but the count always slipped because it never sped up or slowed down. Just kept going, mixing with the low drone of the engine until your whole body felt heavy with it. It pressed into your spine and made your teeth click together lightly. The kind of nothing sound that should have been background but instead filled the cab with this endless, ordinary pressure. The same thump repeating 100 times, 1,000, turning the long night into one long, boring loop that made you forget where you were going and remember only that you were still moving, still small, still listening to the road do its dull work. The CB started humming then, a low, electro vibration that made the greasy receipt dance around on the dash, sliding back and forth in tiny jerks like it was trying to get away from something. Not static. Something else. Dad muttered about a loose wire and reached for the knob, but the hum didn't stop. It settled into a series of clicks, like someone tapping a fingernail against a glass jar, sharp and deliberate. After a minute, the clicks organized themselves into words, slow and careful, the way you sound when you're reading something important out loud. It began counting. It wasn't counting miles or minutes. It was counting the teeth in my head. 1, 2, 3, all the way up, calm and steady, like it had all the time in the world. Dad's breath caught, but he didn't say anything. The cab went too quiet between the numbers, too large around us. The scrap metal behind us suddenly still like it was listening too. It got to 32 and paused. Then it said, wait, one is cracked. Just like that. My molar, the one that had been bothering me for a week, the sharp little pain when I chewed on the left side. Something I hadn't told Sol about. Not even Dad. The colors were wrong on the dashboard then. The green numbers on the CB glowing too steady. Maybe I imagined this part, but the click felt like it came from inside my own mouth. I reached up to touch my jaw without thinking, fingers cold against my cheek, and the radio let out a sharp, feedback-heavy hiss that sounded exactly like a cat, angry and close, right in the cab with us. The snap into clarity hit hard, the hiss cutting through the boring thump of the tires, Dad's hands tightening on the wheel, my own heart suddenly loud in my ears. I looked over at the passenger seat, the one right next to me where my stuffed rabbit usually sat, and there was a bag of stale, generic brand potato chips, the kind Dad sometimes bought at gas stations because they were cheap. It hadn't been there before. I knew it hadn't, but now it sat crinkling and flattening, slow and deliberate, like an invisible weight was sitting down on it, pressing the bag flat in the middle while the edges puffed out. The plastic made this soft, wet-sounding crackle with each press, matching the rhythm of something breathing. The cab felt even larger then, the roof too high, the mirrors stretching out forever into the dark. Dad glanced over, face pale in the dash glow, and whispered my name like he was afraid the radio would hear. The counting started again, but this time it wasn't teeth. It was counting the heartbeats I had left before my engine would fail. 1, 2, 3, steady and patient, the same way it had done the teeth. Each number landed with a little click that made the whole truck vibrate, just a fraction, the scrap metal behind us clinking once in answer. The thump of the tires kept going underneath, boring and endless, but now it felt like it was counting along too. I pressed my back into the seat, dirt under my fingernails, digging into the vinyl, feeling the height of that grass from earlier brushing my legs again, even though I was inside. The bicycle chain sound popped back in my head, click, 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 mixing with the radio clicks until I couldn't tell them apart. Everything distorted, the white line on the road bending upward like it wanted to climb the windshield. The dark outside too complete, too large, the moon hidden so well it felt like it had never been there at all. Dad tried to speed up, but the truck didn't want to. The numbers kept coming, slower now, deliberate. 2019 teen. I could feel my own heart matching them, thump, 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 under the tire's thump. Everything sinking in that wrong way. The chip bag kept flattening beside me, the plastic crinkling louder like whatever was sitting there had settled in for the long haul. Maybe I imagined the way the bag leaned toward me, just a little, as if it knew I was watching. The hiss from earlier still echoed in my ears, cat-like and close. Dad's knuckles went white, the cab too quiet between the counts, too bright where the dash lights hit the receipt still dancing its tiny dance. It hit 0 just as we crested the final ridge. The engine died instantly. No sputter, no warning, just silence and the truck rolling to a stop on the shoulder like it had been waiting for permission. The headlights flickered once and went dark. The whole world snapped in a sharp, violent clarity. The sudden black pressing in, the chip bag now completely flat and still. The radio dead, but not empty. Dad reached for the key, turning it over and over, but nothing happened. We sat there in the dark, the tires' boring thump gone, the road quiet for the first time all night. My breath fogged the glass in small circles, too loud in the nothing. Then, through the dead radio, right next to my ear like someone was leaning in from the passenger seat, I heard the sound of someone unwrapping a stick of gum. Slow, deliberate crinkle of foil, the paper peeling back with that familiar sticky pull, the kind I used to hear when Dad offered me a piece after a long haul. It happened once, then again, soft and close like the wrapper was being folded neat and neat and neat. Nothing else, just that small, ordinary sound hanging in the cab while the engine stayed dead and the dark stayed large. After that night, I got older on the outside. School desks that never felt quite right, bikes with chains that clicked for real, grass that never grew quite as tall again, but the dirt into my fingernails never washed clean, and the thump of any tires on any road still fills my head with that boring, endless rhythm until I have to stop and listen for the clicks underneath. I don't ride in trucks much now. People ask why I flinch at the crinkle of a chip bag, or why I count my teeth with my tongue when I'm alone, and I smile fragile, say it's nothing, just an old story from when I was little. The highway never really ended. The moon stayed hidden. And now, as I sit here telling you this, the floor under my chair feels like the cab floor, cold and vibrating with that same dull thump, thump, thump of tires on seams that never change. The greasy receipt is fluttering on the dash in front of me, dancing in the vent air. The CB is humming low, the clicks starting again, counting soft and patient. The bag of potato chips is on the seat beside me, crinkling and flattening under the invisible weight. Dad's hands are still on the wheel, knuckles white, engine still dead on the shoulder of Highway 221. The dark is too large, too quiet, the moon still hidden. I never left the cab. I never grew up. I'm still that 8 or 9-year-old with dirt under my nails, sneakers dangling, heart counting down while the radio knows every secret and the gum wrapper peels back right next to my ear. There's a stretch of Highway 221 that doesn't follow the laws of physics when a moon is hidden, and I was unfortunate enough to be hauling a load of scrap metal through there at 3 a.m. Please subscribe my channel, and welcome to the Darkest Corner YouTube, the ultimate horror stories channel, where your nightmares don't just live, they breathe. Every week, I drag you deep into the shadows with bone-chilling narrations of true ghost encounters, demonic possessions, cursed objects, vengeful spirits, and real-life serial killer confessions that will freeze your blood. From psychological thrillers that twist your mind until you question reality, to supernatural horrors that make you sleep with the lights on, each story is crafted to terrify. With my deep, immersive voice acting, spine-tingling sound design, haunting background scores, and cinematic sound effects, you won't just hear the stories. You'll feel them crawling across your skin. Whether it's a quiet rural haunting that builds into pure panic or a city-based urban legend that is too close to home, every video is designed to leave you breathless and begging for more. Perfect for true horror addicts, night owls, and thrill seekers who crave that delicious rush of fear. Our ever-growing archive already contains hundreds of nightmares, with fresh, terrifying tales dropping every single week. If you dare, hit that subscribe button, turn on notifications, and join our growing family of horror lovers. Drop your most terrifying personal stories in the comments. The scariest ones might get turned into future episodes. So dim the lights, grab your headphones, and prepare to lose sleep. Welcome to your new obsession. Turn off the lights if you think you're brave enough. Please subscribe and add comments below. I will be very thankful for the compliment.